Keep the schools meeting now. So I'd note that there are 10 elected members present. We have an apology from Councillor Kelly, and we have a leave of absence from Alderman Zuko. Otherwise, everyone is here, and we are live streaming to the community. If you can just wait for me to announce you before speaking, that way everyone knows who is speaking to the chamber. I'd like to start with an acknowledgement to country, and based on feedback from a number of people, I've decided that rather than reading the script of Welcome to Country every month, I will read something a little bit different because the feedback is that the idea that acknowledgements are very scripted and predictable isn't really the idea behind them. So as part of Acknowledgement to Country, I'd like to read something a little bit different this month and something different next month and something different the one after. So the land around Sullivan's Cove, now the centre of Hobart, was a benign homeland to Aboriginal bands for hundreds of generations. There was easy access to narrow beaches that fringed the cove. The rivulet provided a never-failing source of clear, fresh water. The valleys radiating out into the foothills and cleared by regular burning were productive hunting grounds for wallaby and emu. The climate was more temperate by the sea than anywhere in the rugged mountainous hinterland of Tasmania. But those same environmental advantages were also attractive to the British settlers, whose dramatic arrival in the summer of 1804 changed the world of the Muanina forever. Just for a moment, let us consider the experience of the people whose land was chosen for the foundation of what was to become a great seaport of the Australian continent. In a matter of hours, the anchored ships had dispatched vast amounts of cargo, including exotic, utterly strange animals and huge crowds of white people. The size of the gathering would have dwarfed most traditional Indigenous congregations. The arrivals were utterly unexpected and totally overwhelming. Thank you. The confirmation of the minutes of our last meeting was the 28th of January. Would someone like to move those? Deputy, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Transfer of agenda items. Are there any matters that anyone would like to transfer? No. Communication from the chairperson. So I do have one communication, which is to welcome Ben Artup, who's our new Director of Community and Economic Development Network. So Ben, it's his first meeting here today and just a couple of days into the actual role, and he's joined the executive leadership team. Ben comes to us from the Bundaberg Regional Council, where he held the position of Director of Strategic Projects and Economic Development for 7 years. He has expertise in managing large teams and budgets and has a strong background in project governance and risk management. He was responsible for leading the business case and delivery of the $80 million Bundaberg Regional Aquatic Centre. And Ben will lead the city's functional areas of creative city, economic development, environmental health, city welcome and community program groups, as well as the Doone Kennedy Aquatic Centre. So welcome, Ben. Notification of council workshops. There's been 2 workshops since our last meeting. On the 11th of February, there was a briefing from Dark Mofo 2025, the Tasmanian Hockey Centre Master Plan and the e-scooter review, which is on the agenda tonight. And then on Monday, the 17th of February, we had our first Out and About workshop, Hobart workshop, which was in Lena Valley. Thank you so much to the Lena Valley RSL for having us. And at that workshop, we had talked about the railway roundabout, pedestrian fencing, the targeted amendments to the Local Government Act and the urban growth boundary proposal expansion of it. Item 6 is public question time. There is one registered public question that was registered ahead of time from Maria Riddell. Hi Maria, would you like to come and ask your question?
I'm not used to speaking in public. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a ratepayer, therefore I feel that I should have this opportunity. Now, I saw in the paper today public feedback vital to refine Collins Street. Electoral poll and town hall meeting has been, there's a failure regarding putting it in the right order, have a town hall meeting, an electoral poll, and then go ahead with the bike lanes. So electoral polls are used when an issue divides the community and the city wishes to seek guidance from the community with a yes and no vote on a topic. This is taken from the City of Hobart's Community Engagement Framework. It's clear that of the 2,983 people who responded to the Mercury's Big Issue survey, 35.3% said they supported the both sides cycleway, while 64.7% opposed it, and the rapid proliferation of bike lanes to the detriment of our ageing population. And I'm 73, going on 74, and I'm struggling at times. The Collins Street proposal is only going to add to the congestion via the removal of vital turning lanes, etc. My question, number one, you can read that later. I was going to come to the last meeting, but I thought it was at 5 and it was at 4. Has the council ensured that it's pushed for the dual lane Collins Street bike lanes, removal of car parks and turning lanes, failure to consider daylight saving impacts, removal of car parks, and additional traffic on the street is approached from an impartial perspective, free from bias towards any stakeholders involved in the process, e.g., it seems to me some people have a vested interest. You can't even enforce helmets, and I just saw a person without a helmet on a bicycle. Number 2, how do I request councillors to be unbiased, fair, reasonable, open to other opinions, less aggressive, less derogatory towards me, businesses, my fellow car drivers, in media interviews regarding Collins Street bike lanes both sides, and instead actually support us who differ in opinion, and rather than rush to get bike lanes done before a public meeting is, I think, shameful. Is there a conflict of interest if councillors belong to a bike group or ride bikes? Thank you, and please delay work on the bike lanes respectfully until after that public meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So I have a response to your first question, and the other questions we might need to take on notice and provide you with a written response. So the response that's been provided on your first question was that the proposal for the Collins Street Trial Streetscape Improvement Project has been based on qualified advice from 3 engineering firms and initiated following several separately prepared strategic planning reports, again supported by advice from qualified independent parties. Importantly, the impacts of the proposed changes takes into account modelling on the wider road network, including Macquarie Street. All stakeholders will have an opportunity to provide feedback on the draft proposal and will continue to during the phase of this project. Ultimately, the Council, as the duly authorised road authority for Collins Street, will determine the final configuration of Collins Street following a rigorous and unbiased trial process. We'll send you that copy, Maria. Now, I think there may be some other questions from from the floor. Chris Merridew, Mr. Merridew, would you like to come forward and ask your questions? And again, just a reminder that you can have a small preamble of a minute, I think it is, and then a question. And I think there's a limit of 3 questions, was there?
That's right.
Yeah, limit of 3 questions. Thanks, Mr. Merridew.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question, sorry, just to, as you just outlined, having asked my first question, then do I stand by for an answer that has been circulated to the CEO and to Mr. Noy.
If you'd like to do it that way, we can do it that way, I think, yes.
I hope that's how I've written them on that basis. Now, just one other thing. I appear before you fairly often. The reason for that is that there is not one alderman living south of Davey Street. Basically mirrored you, and sometimes Mr. Noy, as he walks on the beach, we are the face of the council. We are the ones that get buttonholed about issues that people are concerned about. So I'm sorry you have to listen to me more often, or too frequently. So my first question relates to what is the position of the Mount Carmel bus lane? 2 months ago I alerted council to the works going down there, and it was an opportunity to install an off Sandy Bay Road situation for the Mount Carmel 55-seater coaches, of which are quite often 2, if not 3 there, that they might be able to go on the site. The weekend I noticed that they've now started serious earth moving on that site, and I hope that Mr. Noy or somebody can tell me what the position is with the idea that Mount Carmel should take their coaches off Sandy Bay Road. I came through this afternoon. I was queued back at 3:15 to almost the green boat shed, the green wharf, and once I was clear of Mount Carmel, the whole Bay Road opened up. So it obviously is causing congestion. What is the council's attitude to the question I asked 2 months ago?
Mr. Noy, would you like to respond to that?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Merridew. In relation to this matter, we have formally reached out to Mount Carmel. They haven't taken up our opportunity at this point in time to discuss the possibility. Mount Carmel technically has a permit to proceed, and it would appear, in my observations, which would confer with Mr. Merridew, that they are still proceeding with that permit. That aside, we have been exploring alternative propositions to a bus layover location in Sandy Bay Road, and we are exploring, as we speak, a possible bus layover in Mount Nelson Road that would take those buses that do service the school.
Thank you, Mr. Noy, and also thank you for furnishing me with a report where this was raised 10 years ago, and the recommendation was that it should happen and would need to happen because it was causing a 40% tailback. But thank you for your answer. My second question is, the weekend I was driving through the city and I found that the roadway outside the Royal Albert Hospital had suddenly become a bicycle path. I would like to request for the minutes where the decision was made to put a bicycle path laneway over 20 possible level entry car parks in Liverpool Street outside the Royal Albert Hospital and its associated clinics. Clearly, I checked out the area. There are 2 spaces I could use at the hospital front door in Liverpool Street, provided I had an invalid sticker or an authorised permit. So that was no good to me to drop somebody off with wheelies or in a wheelchair. There are 4 spaces in Campbell Street, which are 15 minutes. Well, by the time you get up all the ramps and get into the K block, you've just about done your 15 minutes. My question is, I'd like to know who made such a decision without really assessing what happens at the Royal Albert Hospital. And Liverpool Street doesn't carry much traffic because once you get into the Argyle, Elizabeth, Murray block, it's almost impossible to move at any time. So cyclists would not be in any peril. And I don't know where they come from there anyhow. But I do know that there are so many people come to the Royal Albert Hospital who will not use the Argyle Street car park because it takes you half an hour to get out. And if you're pushing someone in a wheelchair across the street, no, it's just not a very community supporting decision to make that a bike path when it could have been 20 car spaces with a level road to footpath like you've got in Liverpool Street near Myer.
Question, yeah. I'm going to ask...
Who and where made that decision?
Mr. Noy, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, the decision was made by Council in December 2019, supplied with the relevant qualified advice supporting the proposition.
Okay, I won't ask a supplementary myself.
Okay, well, I
Mr.
understand a
Merridew.
2019 decision. That's 5 years ago. The
Mr.
world has
Merridew,
changed,
you
Mr.
can't
Lloyd, but
debate
thank
the
you.
questions and the responses. Just your next question,
Sorry about
please.
that. Re the Collins Street assessment, which we heard about from the previous ratepayer. Councillor Posselt makes regular media references to, and he uses the words, in the process of being modified through final feedback from the stakeholders. He writes again today, the analysis has shown no discernible impacts. We have been shown no figures. Today he refers to public consultation trial over the next 2 years to start in March. March is 4 days away. Before the council embarks on committing to expenditure and potential losses of $1.5 million when you look at renting security for Centre Point car park, lack of meter revenue, and the $500,000 it's going to cost to put this temporary trial up. Are the council planning to offer a 2-year trial offering compensation for the possible disruption and losses for traders and ratepayers for the substantial amenity? Talking of ratepayers, I probably represent 50% of the ratepayers in Hobart because I happen to be just over 50 years of age or something like that. And they are not all up to riding bicycles everywhere, taking their grandchildren on bicycles from school. It's just too much focus on the possibility of introducing a more broad scope for bicycles.
Okay.
That seems to be the
All right.
greatest thing.
Thank you, Mr. Merridew. So I'm just trying to pull out the substantive question, and would you like that addressed by Councillor Posselt? It seemed to be directed at him. Or
The question I really have is from Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, as you know, represents...
No, sorry, Mr.
and
Merridew.
he can't be here. Can I
No.
give that more clearly?
What was the question you just asked? That was, I think...
The question really is,
has
to
be-
date, we, the people who are concerned about Collins Street, have not had the courtesy of a reply that we asked for on the 23rd of January as to numbers and where the numbers have come from.
Okay.
We've asked about pre-installation metrics, when they would be published, and we also trust that the council interpretation of 3, 6 and 9 month feedback on the metrics
Okay.
will be acted upon immediately, not land banked for 2 years.
Sure.
That's the real concern. Thank you.
Mr. Noy, did you want to take that question on notice? There seem to be quite a few questions in there. You may want to, or did you want to talk about it, respond now?
As I've recently been engaged with Mr. Edwards via email, so I've conveyed to him that we will be providing the pre-installation data late March as committed to. So hopefully that provides a response to the time frame for that data.
Okay, are there any further questions from the floor? No? We'll move on then. So item 7 on our agenda is petitions. Are there any petitions to be presented today?
There's an item 10 deals with a petition.
Okay. Item 8 is consideration of supplementary items, of which I don't think there are any.
Yes, I have
yes.
I'd like to ask about moving a motion without notice in accordance with section 16 of the regulations. When can I do that?
I don't think, when would that be? I don't think, I think you've received advice that probably that isn't a...
I'd like to move on in accordance with section 16 of the Act. It's happened before on the September 2023 meeting. Councillor Lohberger had a motion without notice.
Councillor Elliott, I'm going to refer to our advice on this,
Thank you.
please.
Lord Mayor, through you. I note there was some correspondence to elected members from the CEO, I think, on this point today. So you are right in drawing a reference to Regulation 16, but Regulation 16 needs to be read against Regulation 8, and Regulation 8 provides two things. One, the only way a late item can come that isn't on the agenda is through the CEO. He has declined that request, but is open to answering questions tonight. The other thing it makes clear is that during debate at a council meeting, the only items that can be debated are those already on the agenda. So Regulation 16.1 that you're referring to, Councillor Elliott, allows you to bring a motion from the floor relevant to an item already on the agenda. That is distinguishable in the case of Mr Lohberg or Councillor Lohberger's notice or motion from the floor relating to the rivulet that you have referenced, because there was already an agenda item that night dealing with waste and/or McRoby's Gully. Now, looking at the agenda tonight, I can't see anything on there where you could reasonably form a linkage between the contents of your motion and an item on the agenda. So it's distinguishable to what has happened in the past for the life of this council, and is consistent with the advice I have given and also the external advice from Simmons Wolfhagen.
And just a point of clarification, please. Can I just understand, moving forward so we're all clear, why was Councillor Lohberger's motion accepted late on the Monday as a late and urgent motion, whereas mine around the roof, the risk of the roof of the aquatic centre blowing off in high winds, why is that not accepted as urgent? Why the double standards?
Well, it's not a double standard because they're different situations. So, as I've explained in email, I'm certainly happy to answer questions when we get to the elected member questions without notice section. But the issue relates to the fasteners that are holding down the roof sheeting, as well as the solar, the panels, which was identified in an assessment we had done last year to understand the works that are required on the roof. So, our professionals are monitoring the state of the fasteners, and there's been no degradation in the fasteners, and so we did. There's no need for a decision to be made by council in respect to the matter today, which is why I determined that it wasn't urgent, because the matter is already being suitably managed.
And one final point of clarification. Why was Councillor Lohberger's motion repeatedly referred to as a motion without notice?
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Is this relevant under item 8? Is it under item 8, consideration of supplementary items? Are the questions relevant under the meeting procedure?
I think I will. I think it is relevant to a discussion about supplementary items, so I'm willing to just finalise advice for Councillor Elliott on this proposal to introduce a new motion to the agenda. Thanks.
I'll just,
if you wouldn't mind.
Just repeat my question. My question was, why was Councillor Lohberger's motion repeatedly referred to as a motion without notice?
Would you like me to?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Elliott. Through you, Lord Mayor. If my memory serves, I think Councillor Lohberger referred to that, or there was some ahead of the meeting. Alderman Zuko made the very salient point during the debate that it is just simply a motion. It is because it is provided without notice. Alderman Zuko is correct on that point. I certainly didn't refer to it, and I'm happy to stand corrected if my memory is wrong, as an urgent motion without notice or anything like that. It is just simply a motion from the floor without notice that relates to an item already on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just have a quick
Bloomfield.
question. That is, when we talk about relevant items on debate, what about number 18 with Capital Works program? Wouldn't that be sufficient nexus or not?
Maybe. This isn't question time for elected members. This
is relating to the request.
No, but that was Councillor Elliott's proposal, but I don't want to open up for broad question time. So the ruling has been made, Alderman Bloomfield, and maybe if there's further questions about this meeting procedure, we can talk about it in questions without notice. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just so that I have it clear in my mind, the questions that have been asked by...
Lord Mayor, I've just asked Alderman Bloomfield not to open up broader questions. So I think Councillor Elliott has her response on trying to introduce a supplementary item onto the agenda. So we're now going to move on. And if people have got further questions about this meeting procedure, we can ask questions as part of questions without notice. And there's also... there are various advices that have been received on this issue over the years that can be recirculated. It also came up around a motion with Alderman Zuko around the taste of Tasmania. I think Councillor Dudder and Sherlock and Harvey might remember that occasion. And there is a little bit of confusion in some ways in the meeting procedures, but I think we have received some fairly clear advice over a number of years which can be circulated as well. Is that all you want? Yeah. Okay. Item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Are there any indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest for any items? I will declare one for item 19. And Deputy will step into the chair for that one. Item 10 is the petition, which is a request for public meeting. So I will. There is a recommendation. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion on the recommendation? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 11 is the e-scooter review for City of Hobart. There is a recommendation here. Would anyone like to move the recommendation? Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Discussion. Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, it's a bit of a vexed issue for me. So, look, finally it's back before us again, a year after we gave conditional approval for a permit, only for that permit to be granted without ever coming back to us for final approval, which was a very disappointing outcome, especially given the former council administration's failure to negotiate even one specific KPI around obstructive parking in the current permit, an issue that I'd actually raised repeatedly at the time and which is still occurring. So look, I'd like to apologise to the ratepayers for my own failure at that meeting to impose meaningful restrictions on the obstructive parking of these e-scooters. But I am glad that we now have another chance with this new permit, and I'm very glad that we have a different and, in my opinion, a much more sensible senior management team in place. We have another chance to get this right, and I want to be very clear about my priorities. I do want to see strict conditions imposed on obstructively parked e-scooters in any new permit. I also want to see the e-scooter vendors imposing financial and or other penalties directly on those users who park their scooters obstructively, because I think that will get to the heart of the issue quite quickly. And to be clear, obstructive parking includes parking directly across footpaths, over driveways, in front of disability ramps and pedestrian crossings. It happens far too often, and it is still happening now. It must stop, and I will be looking for significant penalties for obstructive parking to be locked into any new permit. Finally, there was also an issue with e-scooter parking in some of the older areas of the city that have especially narrow footpaths, where the width is often 1 metre or less. I'm thinking of most of Battery Point and the Glebe here, the northern end of Sandy Bay, and various side streets in pretty much all of Hobart's suburbs, to be honest. All the suburbs have some streets with very narrow footpaths. E-scooter parking just isn't appropriate at all on these narrow footpaths, no matter how well the scooter has been parked. And I do believe there also needs to be a non-footpath option for parking in these areas, or a bar that forces the users to ride through the area without parking. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lohberger, further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So this is a pretty easy decision from my perspective. The stats show that the use of the scooters, the hire e-scooters, has dropped significantly. The survey results also show that for the majority they replace walking. So we're not encouraging people to be physically active. People who would have walked and used their 2 or 1 legs are now rolling or even sitting and rolling down the street. The majority are not replacing car trips either, so it's not fixing that climate change issue. We've got significant safety risks, and the accident and injury reporting and property damage also shows that. Only this morning I was coming down a steep road and I saw a high-vis scooter rider, and I was pleased to see they had their helmet on, but they had the chin straps just flying in the wind. So it was just an accessory, not an actual safety device, I guess. The stats also show that through the areas of highest usage, these are being used predominantly by tourists and people who are tipsy down at Salamanca, and as I've publicly said, that would have been me 20 years ago. The materials, the scooters themselves, had a very short lifespan. You can see why with how they're thrown about and bashed up, and that does weigh on me. The steel and the lithium and the batteries. Overall, with this whole concept, I'm really troubled by the false economy and the sort of the greenwashing that's applied to it, especially when we have vans driving around picking up the tip scooters and recharging and replacing the batteries. I'm sure, I've tried to figure it out, those vans are petrol or diesel-fuelled vans. So it all seems like a complete front to me. We are facilitating a toy on our street, a toy that most people find really irritating, that's genuinely causing injuries, especially to our young male riders who tend to be intoxicated, and the research shows that severe head injuries are far more common on e-scooters than they are on motorbikes, even on motorbikes, cars, bicycles, and obviously walking. And an email came through from a submission from Disability Voices Tasmania. I think it came to all of us, and I'll just read a couple of extracts from it. I've asked for permission if they were okay with me sharing part of this. And like I said, Disability Voices Tasmania is a community advocacy organisation with broad membership of people affected by disability, and they're having their say here on the personal mobility devices such as e-scooters on public footpaths. They talk about the constant issues with them being left across doorways, narrow footpaths and pedestrian crossings. They say that on several occasions they've had members suffer personal injury, damage to critical mobility equipment, and the prevention of pedestrians accessing key access points. They say that we can continue to see, despite the work that's been done, continue to see evidence of the risks these devices pose to pedestrians here and in other jurisdictions. And they said if the council decides to continue on with the e-scooters, and they've got 10 items here that they'd like to consider. But I mean, looking at the first half of that letter, it's very clear that Disability Voices Tasmania would like these hire scooters off our streets, and I can completely understand. I won't worry about going into the detail of some of the things they would want considered. They're pretty self-explanatory, like reduced speed limits, limiting the width of footpaths they can go on, rigorous enforcement by police, and let's be honest, our police are too busy dealing with theft, domestic violence and whatever else. So we can't stop basic human behaviour, and these e-scooters, they attract young people, and young people are notorious and understandably kind of unaware of how they impact other people. That's what maturity grows about. So we're not going to be able to clamp down on the inappropriate parking and the helmet use and the driving while intoxicated to an acceptable standard. It's always going to be there. And if the data had to come back and said 80% of people would have driven if they didn't ride. Can I have 1 minute extension?
So moved by Alderman Bloomfield, seconder for the extension, Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no, carried unanimously.
If the data had to come back and said that they were replacing vehicle trips, if you could see a lot of compliance with basic safety, if you could see that the reports show that they're not causing property damage, they're not causing hospital admissions, but they are. If the benefits outweighed the detriments, then I would be supportive. But the data clearly doesn't show that, and I actually feel that if e-scooters are allowed to continue, the hire e-scooters, facilitated by this council, it's more from the perspective of that we're embarrassed to say that it failed. because the data it really doesn't support continuing on. I do wonder about how much the fact that the council receives money influences into this decision. It's certainly not a factor for me. I have no issues whatsoever with private e-scooters. You see people, they know how to control their vehicle, they're not left abandoned. People are much more safer and more careful with their vehicle because it belongs to them. So yes to e-scooters, no to hire e-scooters.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I want to start with a question. The people who did the questionnaire, Ipsos, are they related this time to the Beam organisation, or are they actually independent?
Thanks.
CEO?
Well, yeah, no, they're independent.
They're actually independent, okay, because the first time that we had all this data collated, it was actually collated, I believe, by Beam. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, just as Councillor Elliott has spoken about, not only did we have a significant drop in the use of e-scooters overall, but we've also had 28% of any actual use of these was actually going to be replacing a car travel. So my next question would be, so what's the actual net CO2 saving, given that it's, what is it now, 1/3 of the original saving and then another 28% of that 1/3? It's a very small fraction now, isn't it? So have we actually got a CO2 saving on that number? Do we actually have that on the table?
I'll see if there's an officer who's able to respond to that. CEO?
Look, I can say that, look, the data we're provided, I think at best is an estimate, and that is provided by Beam. And it basically is determined on an assumption that 50% of their riders are replacing vehicle use, which obviously our survey data would
28%.
would contradict.
All right, so the other thing that I looked at, given that I have actual market research background anyway, was some of the questions in this were actually somewhat leading, and that is on page 35, we have question 7, where they had modes of alternative transport. And what was interesting was that of the types of transport, there was no indication that they actually did a revolving list. So it was always car first, so implying that the people who were taking this survey would be prompted to say, oh yes, I replaced car transport. Secondly, there's another part there where on page 38, question 12 and 13, also had innate bias with the word safe, as in, oh, you want to replace with safe use. And of bike lanes. And then the third question, question number 13, was we were talking about, well, we're going to have a connected cycleway between Sandy Bay and town, but instead they had to say a cycleway on the waterfront. These words are leading, they're implying something greater, and when you actually imply a greater and better vision, people are more likely to go, oh yes, I'd like that. So those words should not have been included in this survey, but were, which actually created an innate bias. So as much as it is somewhat better than I expected, there was still some issues with this. The other problem that I do also see is that the low number of cyclists that were caught with not wearing a helmet, that were caught dinking, and that were caught with accidents and so forth and so on. The underreporting is quite profound, and the feedback that we have had throughout both the Mercury and personally is that these numbers are nowhere near what people have personally seen themselves. So I do feel that we're not necessarily really getting a good view of what is actually going on out there, and I have real concern, especially with the impact on dentistry and other areas. And myself, I have an e-scooter. I'm not against using micromobility, but it took me quite a while to learn how to use it well. And even only as last week, I nearly actually had an accident myself. Because the wheels on these things are quite small, that means that when you hit a lip, that lip doesn't have to be very high, unlike a bicycle, which has a much bigger wheel, can hit a much bigger lip without actually careening into an accident. So they are innately more dangerous simply because of the wheel size, let alone the fact that you have people who are less likely to be experienced using them. It took me some time to learn. So for all of those reasons, I find it incredibly difficult to support. And in particular, the ratepayers are simply not getting value for their money either. Keep in mind too that this is going to cost this council. We need to know that we either get a rate of return that is worthy of what is happening, and I do not want to see a rate of return where the true cost is not paid by us, but is paid by our youngest ratepayers of all. I don't see that as a very ethical choice. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'll start off with that cost to council that was just mentioned by Alderman Bloomfield. What would that cost to council be?
CEO.
Thanks. So there is a cost in terms of administering when we get complaints and obviously liaising with the company, in this case Beam, to pass those on. We've undertaken work in terms of the assessment that we're reading now, and as well as the audits that we do, that type of thing. And it's predominantly covered by officer time, yeah. So and the licence fee. Well, that's sort of around $90,000 a year we receive, which is not a huge amount, but yeah, certainly the amount of staff time that would go into that would be less than that.
So it's not a cost to council.
Probably not in the over the cumulative, no.
Okay, well that was an interesting comment then. Cost to council. There's no cost to council by the looks of it. Just when it comes to the number of people who support it, hang on, I've just got to scroll back here. Sorry. Support for continued e-scooter services in Hobart. There were 22% of people who said they oppose it. There were 20% of people who were neutral, don't care, and 57% of people who said they supported it. So add the 20, so it's only 22% of those surveyed who oppose the scooters. So there's not a huge opposition, which was suggested, to the scooters. They're supported. 57% support and 20% don't care. So, there you go. So there is a strong support for the scooters. And it was also questioned the usage, that 72% said that they would have walked if they didn't catch a scooter. But there's also the car-related stuff. 26% said they would have driven if they didn't have a scooter. That's in a car. 32%, I think it was, said they would have caught a taxi. That's in a car too, isn't it? And carpooling and ride sharing, I think was, 12%. I forget what it is now. But there's walking 72, taxi 32, personal car 26, carpooling 11. So there is a number of people who would have used a vehicle anyway. So I think that's positive, that lots of people didn't drive in whatever form because of the scooters. People walked, could have walked, they would have walked. But I was thinking about this today as I was wandering around, and people who walk chose to use a scooter instead of walking, because there's an advantage to using a scooter because you get there quicker. So rather than take a 20-minute walk, you would take a scooter and do it in 3. Like, I walk here because it's easier for me to walk. To catch a scooter, it would only take me 2 minutes to get here. Riding a bike would only take 2 minutes to get here. So walking is my option. But for those who live a bit further, who would have walked maybe half an hour and got that great exercise, they chose to ride a scooter. So I don't see the connection there. You choose which way you want to get here. So don't criticise them because they could have walked, but they chose a scooter. And when it comes to people injured, and I just couldn't find the page again, could someone just remind me of the injuries that occurred? I think it was like one person who spent a night in hospital. Have you got access to that sheet? Yeah, one overnight.
In the report.
Yeah. What pages? Anyway, but it wasn't like there wasn't people spitting teeth all over Hobart. There wasn't like carnage in the streets. And I don't know what the dentist bill's been across the scooter program, but I've never heard that dentists are overwhelmed with people getting their teeth fixed. That the hospitals are overwhelmed here. Other places have said there's been serious injuries, more so than maybe Hobart, but it doesn't appear to me that there's queues outside the emergency department because of scooters there's queues there because of lots of things, because of a very unhealthy population. So I'll be supporting the continuation of the scooters through a process to find the next incarnation of it. And I support Councillor Lohberger's comments. The parking is the most annoying. People are still not parking their scooters adequately, or someone is moving the scooter into awkward positions as well, which I have a sneaking suspicion goes on. How did a scooter that was standing up when I saw it in the night, and then it was in the morning, it was sprawled across the footpath? How'd that happen? That looks like a third party, is knocking scooters over. But I have no evidence to that, and hopefully we might discover some if we have a look at the CCTVs that are around Hobart. But anyway, tonight I'll be supporting the scooter continuation as per the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm really pleased to see this on the agenda tonight. I think that we've heard lots about different stats and facts, so I won't go into it too much, but I'm pleased that 35% of people in Hobart have used an e-scooter, and I think that that's validation enough for me that this is a valid and a needed form of micro-mobility. I see the use of tourists on e-scooters perfectly acceptable. I think that this is a largely accepted way of getting around cities all around the world, to hire whatever they have available, whether it be an e-bike, a pedal-powered bike, a scooter, to ride the red bus. I think that's all part of the package that we provide here in Hobart as well, so that doesn't bother me at all. I just wanted to draw attention to the motion that we're actually voting on tonight. So what we're saying is that we want to undertake a public procurement process to award a future permit. Now, I really like that idea, because I think that in this space of e-vehicle hire, that technology is going to continue to evolve, and that the geofencing and the parking options are going to only get better and hopefully allay some of the problems that we have had. I wouldn't stand here tonight and say that we've got it right, or that Beam's got it right, or that they're not without fault. Certainly e-scooters that are parked, particularly on the Rivulet track, which has no lighting, is a great risk to people coming along there by bike. And there's any number of these kinds of examples, and I am very aware of the risk that it poses to our lesser able people in our communities to mobilise on our footpaths. So I think that we need to do better, that Beam need to do better, that the company that has our next commercial permit need to do better. I think we need to give some consideration to perhaps not virtual docking stations, but physical docking stations, and some payment options, whether it's time for ride or kilometres for ride, to make sure that people aren't abandoning their vehicle due to those things, but are actually enabled and can find parking quickly to park their vehicle appropriately. I also wanted to draw attention to the council that we're also considering the provision of e-bikes in addition to e-scooters, which I think is really important. Some of the metrics in this report actually show that bikes are going to be really useful to our community. So the claimed usage of scooters was higher among men and among younger residents. So I would suggest that e-bicycles would provide an option to a whole another subset of users that don't currently access the scooters for safety reasons. Unless you've ridden one before, it's quite daunting to jump on a hire scooter for the first time, but bikes may be more familiar to a whole range of people, and indeed I would suggest that they will use them for a longer distance as well because of the nature of the vehicle. So I think that could certainly add to the micro-mobility array of options that we have in Hobart today. It does also draw attention in the motion to inappropriate parking of e-scooters, and I think we all continue to be aware that this is one of the biggest problems that we have, and the knocking down of scooters that are in our CBD is problematic and something that we need to keep on top of, but perhaps more fitting of a role with the police. I think we also need to be wary with this kind of discussion that there's only so much the council can do to promote people to use these vehicles appropriately. And the same goes for anything that we have in our community, whether it's cars or bikes or scooters or graffiti or, there's any number of things that we really have no control over what people choose to do with their time. So it's up to user responsibility to clip up the helmet, to not ride inebriated, and to follow the rules of the law and ride the scooters as they were designed to be ridden. So I think there's only so far we can go to encourage appropriate behaviour. So very pleased to support the motion tonight, and I look forward to seeing the procurement process. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, this was a really difficult decision for me. The clutter and congestion on footpaths, as identified in the report and by my colleagues around the table today, does remain the number one issue for everybody, for the council, I think for council staff and officers, for BEAM to manage, and for the community. But despite that, I was genuinely surprised to see a rise in public sentiment for supporting e-scooters compared to when we last surveyed the public. I didn't expect it to go up. But what we see is that a reasonably robust survey found that only 22% of the community oppose e-scooters. And I think that's enough for me. I was very much on the fence, but I think it's enough for me to tip me into, let's give these guys another chance. Let's give this modality of transport another go. And that's what we're doing. This decision tonight allows us to go out to tender again, and we do have the opportunity to tighten up some of the licensing when we do that around scooter parking in particular, as well as there's other providers that offer three-wheel scooters that don't fall over so easily. So we've got lots of different things that we can look at to continue to work with evolving technology. And I think it's important to identify that, not that long ago, we would have been absolutely shocked at the notion of being able to pay for something with your watch. Just wild concept. Go back to when 2005, if I said you can pay for your groceries with your watch, woof. But it's opened up a lot of opportunity for different commerce opportunity and business transactions. And we need to be increasingly agile in city councils compared to the past. Over the last 15 years, the amount of digital disruption that we have seen is significant, and we still need to move to meet that demand and match that consumer sentiment. And electric vehicles is another case in point, where we need to make sure we're providing facilities as that technology emerges and becomes more and more popular. But as things evolve, we find the problems and we have to adjust and tweak and edit to make it work better. And I think that we do need to give these devices a bit longer. Taking on board Councillor Lohberger's feedback in particular, I think there are things that we can do to make this a little bit better. And I'll kick off this evening with two amendments in an effort to try and make emerging devices and personal mobility devices that little bit better on our streets. And I'd encourage councillors around the table to consider how they can do that as well with emerging technology. But I've circulated this to Mr. Young, and hopefully we can pop it up on the screen. But I'll read it for the purposes of the people watching online and those who may not be able to read the screen. So it's an addition of 2 dot points. The first is that quite complicated language, and I apologise for that. The City of Hobart undertake an audit of roads suitable for PMD, personal mobility, use in the municipality where PMD use may contravene the Road Amendment, personal mobility devices rules 2021, and take the appropriate steps as outlined in section 41CA of the Traffic Amendment, Personal Mobility Devices Act 2021, to declare those roads as a road on which a PMD user may travel, and the CEO be delegated pursuant to Section 22 of the Local Government Act 1993 to declare these roads. The Council will be kept advised in the usual way of any additional roads declared under this delegation. And the second point, which is a lot of the sentiment that I received, particularly around Collins Street debate, is that the city consider prohibition of PMDs and bicycles on footpaths adjacent to protected bike lanes. And this second point just helps to encourage people, and perhaps we can work with our wonderful officers to provide both disincentive signage and incentive signage to get scooter riders and cyclists into their lane, so to speak. We do want people to stay in their lane, and we would prefer in those very busy areas where we're providing dedicated infrastructure for these people to use that dedicated infrastructure, and that's reflected in the survey again when I bring you back to that, with 68% or so of respondents strongly supporting dedicated infrastructure to support continued PMD use within the city.
Is there a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Lohberger. Did you want to speak separately to the amendment, or you've done that now?
Lord Mayor, I'm pretty comfortable with the amendment. To explain the first part for people watching and for anyone who doesn't understand the laws, there are specific criteria for which you can ride a PMD, centre lines, median strips, certain speed limits, things like that. And you're not meant to be on those roads. Currently, there's a mismatch between what we're expecting people to do and how we're expected to use PMDs and what the legislation actually says. By going through with an audit process and identifying the roads that officers think are suitable, so these are quiet suburban streets, you know, the back of Mount Stewart or the back of Lena Valley or something like that, we can allow PMD users to be on the road safely and legally. So this is not intended to have PMD users on arterial roads such as, you know, Augusta Road or Macquarie Street. This is about legalising them where the officers see fit.
All right. So I'm going to just see if there's discussion on the amendment. So if people can just set aside for a moment their contributions on the broader motion, and we'll just look at this amendment and get that dealt with. Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Yeah, look, just very quickly, trying to get my head around it a little bit, but start off with a question through you, Lord Mayor, to whoever's appropriate. It might be the mover or it might be a council officer. But when it comes to number 4, that we undertake an audit, I guess before voting on that, I'd seek to have even if it's a ballpark figure, of what are we committing council, like what's the cost, what's the involvement. It would appear odd to me that we haven't already done in one way, shape or form an audit. I mean, as I understand it, and I appreciate this question's becoming now a little bit long, but as I understand it, you know, we'd work with the operator to put in those geofencing and you know, part of that process presumably was an audit of what roads can and can't have these ones. I know we're all aware of a famous case in the Mercury when a scooter rider went over the Tasman Bridge on a mobility scooter, but you know, I genuinely think those sort of instances are few and far between. And so just before I vote on that item number 4, I guess, you know, to me that item is calling for council to undertake a hefty piece of work. So I guess the question is, what resource are we seeking, and can we get a bus?
Thanks, Councillor Coates. It's a good question. Certainly, as part of the working through and refining the procurement process, we do need to update the permit conditions. So we are intending to do that work in-house, and this audit. I think we already have a good background understanding of the road network, and the audit would be similarly completed within internal resources. I couldn't give you a ballpark cost as to what it is going to be, but I can certainly say that it will be done within our officer time that we have budgeted.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Look, number 4, I think, in large part has, I would hope and suspect the work's mostly been done. I'm not too vexed about it. I guess I just don't want to commit a huge expense and undertaking by the council. Yeah, and look, when it comes to the second one, number 5, or 1 and 2, I guess, but it's listed as 5. I just want to get my understanding, because my understanding is that it's already prohibited. I can't just take a scooter and go over Tasman Bridge, and technically footpaths, you're not allowed to have bikes on them, but the way it's managed is there's obviously times and places where people need to get from point A to point B, often getting into a house or something, and they cross over to footpath. So I guess I just appreciate if anyone can sort of answer is number 5 already the case?
Mr Verdau, are you happy to take that question?
That's all right, I'll go here if that's okay. Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Yes, bikes are permitted on footpaths and e-scooters unless otherwise stated. So, for example, in our bus mall our pedestrian mall, they're banned at certain times of day. So the signage would prohibit that, but otherwise bikes and e-scooters are allowed on footpaths.
Further discussion on the amendment. Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, I'm not supportive of either of those. There's enough work to get on with already. The officers, as and when required, will dedicate certain areas for personal mobility devices. I don't want to see officers searching the city, all the thousands of roads, looking for the opportunity to, put a sign somewhere that says you can or can't ride. I'm happy with the way it is at the moment. And officers, when they receive reports or when things that they discover require change, that's when they can act. So I'm not supportive of that. The last point 5, city consider prohibition on footpaths adjacent to protected bike lanes. No. If people choose to ride on the footpath, legally they can. And to take that right away, just because it's next to another bike lane, which I would hope that they use anyway, I just think it's not necessary, creating confusion on those footpaths and people being yelled at if they happen to make a mistake and they're on the footpath. I just think leave it alone. There's no need for amendments to this to generate more work for the officers who are already flat out. So I'll be voting against it.
Further discussion on the amendment. Alderman Bloomfield.
One I really have concern with is number 5. And that is mostly because that would literally stop me being able to use my e-scooter. I purchased an e-scooter so that I could get to council within 12 minutes from my office. On the days where the congestion is so profound that it takes up to 20, 30, 45 minutes to go those 4 or 5 blocks in a car, I can still get here on time and attend to duties. But the interesting thing is that I use the 2 laneways that are on Campbell Street and Argyle Street, and I absolutely do enjoy using the bike lanes there. I know that it has created trouble for a lot of motorists. I get that. I'm one of the motorists who also found it very confusing to use the change in the laneway. But what's interesting in particular, and the reason I mention this is because I was actually going to mention this internally, but I never got round to it because so much else is going on. The Argyle Street has recently been altered. They've kind of added 2 more blocks. It used to kind of start around where the hospital was, and then you kind of go up into the independent lanes. And that was all fine. And then they introduced 2 more blocks at the beginning. But the first block that they introduced, we're actually simply on the road. And I noticed that. I didn't actually really see it for a little while, and then I saw that there were bike pictures on a lane in the middle of the road, and then I looked at the road and who was on that road. And we are talking buses and very, very concentrated traffic. And there was no way in hell I was going to go on that road. I don't have the confidence. I deliberately don't go fast. I probably limit my scooter to about 19 kilometres because that's what I'm comfortable at. I don't want to have an accident. And I honestly would never, ever use that. And if I was then banned from being able to go up Argyle Street, and to be honest, if there are a lot of people walking, I will simply walk my scooter. I won't ride it. But I do it on the footpath where I feel safe. I was actually looking, for instance, at that part of the road going, well, maybe if we paint a bit of green on it or make it a little bit more identifiable that this is to be used by other users might be useful. But the sheer volume of traffic and the fact we've got buses and trucks on there too, how the hell is a scooter going to do that safely? Let's be real. People complain about, Collins Street, and that's got nowhere near the traffic that this part does. And the second part, which is the part that I originally found, and a number of people like myself didn't even know that it was actually an e-scooter or bike cycle lane in the second block, was because it wasn't very visible, so you had to really look to see there was a cycle lane. That's fine. But the telling part was there was actually no curb to get onto it, which meant that I had to cycle up the road a whole block to actually find a lip that allowed me to actually go onto it. So we'd put a cycle lane in, but no actual curbing to allow people with wheels to get on it unless we physically stop, get off, and then manoeuvre our bike or scooter onto it. Now, my scooter's 35 kilos. I have to pick it up and move it.
Lord Mayor, this is a personal anecdote that's... Point of order. Personal anecdote that goes for, like, hours. Could we just cut to the chase?
That's not a point of order, Councillor Harvey. Alderman Bloomfield can choose to use whatever information she brings to debate, so long as it's relevant to the motion and that this is relevant. Alderman Bloomfield.
Well, thank you, because I do think that particular direct experience of an actual user with an actual e-scooter might actually be something that we would want to debate. So, as I said, if that number 5 is put through, people like myself will not be able to utilise this bike lane at all.
I think Councillor Kitsos was up first.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Lord Mayor. Look, it sounds to me like probably what we need is more separated, safe cycleways for scooters to ride in as well. Look, I think that, let's not misread number 5 here. Number 5 says that the city considers the prohibition of PMDs and bicycles on footpaths adjacent to protected bike lanes. I think some of the anecdote that we were just hearing from a scooter user, there is no protected bike lane in that area, so therefore you would not be banned from riding on the footpath. I'm imagining very clearly in my mind the very few separate safe cycleways that we have, and as a regular user of them, I don't think there is any reason to be on the footpath at that particular time. I would love to see a protected cycleway for the entirety of Argyle Street, particularly the dangerous blocks described by Alderman Bloomfield, but we don't have one there, which means that yes, you can ride on the footpath. So it seems like quite a sensible amendment to me. Number 4, I mean, it's clear that even in this room there's not a great understanding of what legalities are around who's allowed on what roads. So I think that does have some merit to absolutely clear that up moving forward, so that when we do talk to our new scooter hire operator and when we are building bike lanes, that we can be very clear about what it is that we're meant to be doing. I think clarity is really important for all road users. So I think we've had a pretty sensible answer from our CEO tonight around how much resources it would take to undertake an audit. So I'm happy with that answer and I'll support the amendment tonight.
Further discussion on the amendment. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I was hoping officers might be able to give some advice, firstly, of number 4 in plain English, if possible, what it actually means, and also how it would work in terms of relation to private e-scooters, signage, and also if some roads are permitted, some aren't, is it realistic that it would have a stop-start situation, lift your bike, put your scooter down? So some officer advice, please.
Mr Vidal, would you like to respond?
Sorry, yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, it's a good question. So it would be network-based. So for your first question, it's all PMD, so it's not hire for hire or private, it would be for all. So what we're trying to do is, it's within that new legislation that was set up by the state government. It prescribes certain roads or certain conditions on roads need to be met in order for you to use the PMDs on those roads. What they are, they're quite restrictive. So what we need to do is understand what roads we have that you can actually use those devices on. So it's a little bit of work, not a great amount of work, but a little bit of work that we can do, as the CEO described, that we need to go through to try and understand what that is. Once we've identified that, we'll be then obviously publishing that, providing that for hire e-scooter companies as well. So does that
yeah,
help?
It does.
Yeah.
So would that flow through to changes to the geofencing on whatever hire company?
But yeah, potentially and probably, because we would then provide that to any future current provider to ensure that they were able to ride on those roads.
Okay, thank you. And number 5, notwithstanding I can understand Alderman Bloomfield's situation, I'm sure she's not alone in that. I actually think there's some merit, because if we're going to be putting in all of these bike lanes, I actually don't know why the word protect is there. If we have bike lanes, let's make people use them. But I don't, and then the flip side of me is thinking, well, how would it be policed and the practicalities? But I think the overriding sentiment is for me that if we are going to such length to put in, you know, $4.3 million, I think is what's up for Collins Street when it's made permanent. If we're going to be spending $4 million on bike lanes for cyclists and e-scooters riders, when they are, then it makes sense that they use those and get off the footpaths when they're offered both. And I'm thinking back to that Disability Voices letter. So I think, yeah, it makes sense for me.
Okay, Councillor Coates.
A question, because I've already committed, but just a question to through you to the mover. Would you be willing to accept us voting on these separately?
Right, sure.
Yeah, I think that's a decision of the chair, not the...
Oh, sorry.
I'm also happy to propose that.
Sorry, questions? Yes, for sure.
Okay, if there's, Councillor Dutta, on the amendment, Councillor Dutta.
Yeah, thank you. Number 4, the City of Hobart undertake, and in number 5, the city consider prohibition. And I was wanting to suggest that we give the discretionary power, as it were, the judgment to the CEO to make the judgment. And if number 4 was changed to undertaking, and have the same word terminology used as in 5, that they consider. In considering, it does not simply mean that they have to do it. After consideration, the CEO or the directors in their judgment can make the decision either to go ahead with it or not. That's all. That the wording passes, as it were, transferred a lot more decision-making power to the CEO and the others. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt, did you want to accept in that suggestion from Councillor Dutta?
Can I clarify with the CEO that the intent of that wording is through the audit process that the officer's expert advice is what gets declared as a PMD route? So this is not, the intent of this amendment is not for every single road to be declared a PMD route. It's for officers to go and work out what is or isn't, so that Councillor Dutta's point is naturally included within the wording already. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll see if the CEO wants to...
No, look, I tend to agree. Look, to me, we're comfortable with how it is proposed, that's deliverable. So.
Okay, so I'll move the item 4. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Sorry, Councillor Lohberger, I missed your hand, wasn't sorry, stand corrected, and the noes.
And against?
Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Harvey.
Okay, now item 5. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey.
So they're both carried. We'll now go back to the motion, the substantive motion as amended. Would anyone else like to comment on this? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. You know, when this started from the very beginning, there was great excitement and a lot of people took the e-scooter. And we have seen from the statistics how it has fallen quite dramatically and significantly after the that first initial fund that people used to have. So I think the statistics here is very clear for me, that it's not, hasn't got that same sort of use as in the beginning for excitement purposes. Point number 2 I also want to make here is this, that as far as I'm concerned, I'm very much against it. Personally, due to the fact of my age, as has been mentioned, and I'm very scared of these things, and my own personal experience when I had a shop in South Hobart, how it was left in front of our shop on the streets, and it didn't help, especially people with a disability. So I totally support that, and I have difficulty supporting that. Number 3 point that I want to make is that when I take away my own personal feelings, my own age and stage context, I look at it factually and the facts that's been provided, I am inclined as a councillor now, putting that hat, to say I'll support it on the basis of the facts that's given to me. And the final point I want to make is this, that for me, this is a process that's going to go out there, the procurement process, and hopefully we will tighten things up. And in the contract, when that comes, it'll be much better than we first started nearly 18 months ago. So we have progressed along the lines. We have taken the comments of our ratepayers and those who have expressed their views. And considering those facts, I am quite happy to support this, knowing that this is going to go through quite a rigid process, taking into consideration the parking and the dangers of some of the things that have already been mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to begin with, I just want to clarify with a question. My understanding is that Council was already in the process of trying to initiate e-bike hiring, and in fact had engaged with a well-known bike provider on, because it's open council meeting, I'm not naming the name of the shop, but on a pretty major road in a suburb in Hobart. And I just would like an understanding around, is that still happening? Are we advanced discussions around, separately to provision of e-scooters, around looking at doing an e-bike hire arrangement?
Question for Mr Vidal. I think it relates to an e-bike.
Through you to whoever is appropriate.
Yeah, I think it relates to a short-term e-bike leasing project.
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Certainly, we've been successful in receiving a small amount of grant funding to trial an e-bike library that we're currently exploring with a provider on the waterfront. So we are doing that. That's a very small project. So it's very much a trial, small project. Yes.
Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. I just wanted to ask that question to make other elected members aware of it, because it sort of goes to my contribution. It's just a little bit of background information. So, look, I was one of the councillors that supported the original motion where we looked to bring in e-scooters into Hobart, and I took the view that we should be open to new things, to trialling technologies. My view around them has changed a little bit, but not hugely. I'm personally not massively against them, and I know people that use them reasonably regularly. But that said, the motion that I'm being asked to vote on tonight, I do have a few problems with, and it mostly goes towards, I think this motion, if we approve it tonight, goes a little bit ahead of itself. So in point 1, we're asking to determine that we continue e-scooter services. That in itself is a policy debate that I think we need a bit more information before we can make that final determination, which we're being asked to make tonight. And part of that further information is what's being asked in points 2 and 3, which is, you know, I do hear concerns around permit conditions and around management of parking. I mean, in the report at 6.12, it says 38% are inappropriately parked. And that's after the provider has spent the last better part of a year trying to improve parking, and we're still getting 38% incorrectly parked. You know, if we said let's launch some other sort of thing on our streets, and you know 40%, 4 in 10 were incorrectly parked, we'd be going, well, we can't do it. I also am a little bit worried that we're voting tonight to open up a procurement process where, as I understand it, we are not allowed to then discriminate against certain operators, and I do have concerns with the conduct of one of the main operators. And once we go down a procurement process and open it up and we receive submissions, then in my mind it becomes difficult then to knock back that provider. And I don't want to reopen the debate that was had previously about whether or not we had the right to cancel their existing permit, but I think we're launching a dual procurement process. We're committing to continue the delivery of their services before understanding the outcomes of that conduct that happened, before understanding as well options that we have around management of the issues, primarily the parking one. And the third one is we've sort of got this addition of the e-bikes. Now, to my knowledge, when it comes to the short-term rental of whether it's a Beam or I think Lime's mentioned a report, or who's the orange one, the other provider? They're all they're all large companies not based in Tassie, and that is in my mind a separate market. But when it comes to the e-bikes, every second hotel now is investing in e-bikes for their guests to be able to use while they visit and stay in our city. There are providers who are looking to set up, and I know there's a project underway about creating an e-bike library. This, if we pass this tonight, you're just going to just kill any of these businesses wanting to sort of get into this space, because it's sending them the message that, Butte Multinational is going to come in and is going to be placing hundreds of these e-bikes on every single corner on public space in dedicated parking zones. Why would you? Why as an independent hotel operator would you then invest in e-bikes for your clients? Why would you? And so I just think that part of it is clunky. It's the way that this is presented to us as a motion is, yeah, we're going to do e-bikes. We know there's issues around the parking, and the report tells us 38% are inappropriately parked as it stands now, but we hope there's going to be some conditions later, but staff are going to have to commence this procurement process. And by the way, as part of it, we're also going to give special consideration to e-bikes, which I think is another, yes, they're all micro-mobility, they're all personal mobility devices, but I just think that is a whole other separate conversation. And there are implications if we do enable these short-term operators who are, at the end of the day, using public space to store these devices and allow them for hire. That will have flow-on effect on local traders, local businesses. And to be honest, the detail in the report is relatively silent when it comes to the e-bikes, and yet that's a key part of the recommendations in Section 2. So, look, as it stands, I'm not sure I can support this motion, albeit I have historically and continue to be a supporter of new technologies and e-scooters. But I just think the way that we're being asked to vote on this tonight isn't ideal. Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I just have a question. It's been brought up a couple of times about cost. But the only cost at this point, I note, was about direct staff costs. But what about opportunity costs? What about effectively the land we're trading off for parking of these e-scooters and so forth? Have we costed that? Like, we've given that away. So have we costed that?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it has been costed in terms of the land where we are drawing a revenue. For instance, our on-street car parking spaces, we're not currently allowing the scooters to be parked in those. Of course, that's open to council consider moving forward. But in terms of the off-street space, in terms of the footpaths, no, it hasn't been.
Councillor Dutta.
Two questions, Lord Mayor, through you, to the appropriate officer. Question number one. Was there any adverse finding found against the current provider with regards to the e-scooter? And question number two, was the e-bikes discussed in the workshop, and hence it's here as a motion? Thank you.
Thanks. Obviously, the matters relating to Beam are dealt with within the closed, but we certainly are on record publicly of having acknowledged that Beam didn't exceed their e-scooter numbers in cap in Hobart. In respect of the e-bikes, it's listed as an option for the council to consider. It's not actually suggesting that that is going to happen. It is an option to be considered. Just to clarify that the motion tonight doesn't actually kick off a procurement process. It enables us to then review the permit conditions for a new procurement process, and that would come back to council to consider, and that will look at things like, in more detail, the e-bikes, and we can certainly look at opportunity cost and those sorts of things as part of that process if the council would like. So it's certainly not a fact that the decision tonight would cause us to start the procurement process. There is another council decision required.
Okay, there's no further discussion. I'll put that.
Just a question, because maybe I read it differently, but I read under number 2 as the council is going to undertake a procurement process, but it's just that as part of that procurement process, when they're developing all the terms and stuff, the terms will come back under number 3.
CEO, did you want to clarify?
Thanks. Yeah. So number 3 needs to. So all the conditions need to be completed, councillor. So if the council were not to approve, for instance, the permit conditions in the procurement process, obviously we couldn't move forward. So that is a hold point, if you like, for the council to be able to be ensure that you're happy to proceed to the procurement process.
Okay, I'll put the recommendation as amended. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Against, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
Okay, and now we're going to move on to item 12, which is the removal of sealed plan notation at 58A Napoleon Street, Battery Point. Would anyone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion? None. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 13 is procurement quotation exemption report. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Discussion. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just wait with the room just a second. A couple of questions, if I may. The carpentry item, I think, which is the first item of exemption, struck me as concerning in some ways. I understand why it's kind of come to be, but at the same time, I've raised concerns before about quotation exempts being maybe not as tight as I would like, with enough transparency. But the question I actually have is about the lift purchase for the council centre. Can any officers run us down, inform the council as to what happened in narrative form?
Oh, Mr. Reynolds, is that your department? Lifts? Or no? Maybe someone's going to have to take it on notice. Lift in the council centre. Sure.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Perhaps if we can have that information provided into the hub, that would be helpful. It does seem concerning that Heritage has prevented us from installing new lifts that we've purchased. But in light of a couple of quotation exempts that I've not been super happy with, I was wondering if the CEO could provide his thoughts on a change in policy to the exceptional circumstances clause, which has a delegation for a director to approve quotations exempt. There's no real definition of exceptional circumstances, and my desire would be to elevate that to CEO, but I'd seek your advice.
CEO?
Look, I think we can certainly take it as a question and explore it. Again, it's not something that I'm particularly close to in terms of our processes here. I would need to investigate that and certainly can do that and come back to you with a recommendation.
Thank you, CEO. Lord Mayor, if you're happy with that and the CEO is happy, I'll just leave it for officers as feedback that I think that things need to be tightened up. But otherwise, thanks for taking on board the feedback.
Okay. Any further discussion on this matter? Councillor Elliott.
Sorry, we'll just ask a question. How did we find ourselves in the position where we brought the lift cars but then couldn't use them due to heritage? Would we not have cross-checked that before we brought them?
I don't know. I mean, sorry, I don't need to know. I mean, CEO or Mr Reynolds, would you like to throw a bit of...
Take that on notice and discuss it with the appropriate project manager to give you the detail and answer that question.
All right. Now, if there's no further discussion on that matter, I will move that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 14 is the quarterly financial report, moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Would someone like to comment on this? Councillor Lohberger.
Lord Mayor. Thank you. Look, I'm just rising to congratulate the CEO, Mr Stretton, and his management team for another positive financial report. We've now gone from a projected $700,000 deficit to a $1.3 million surplus, which is a $2 million turnaround so far this year. It's a fantastic result. It's also a confirmation that we made the right decision as councillors when we chose Mr Stretton as our new CEO. He's done a fantastic job so far, turning around a projected deficit into a healthy surplus, bringing down a new wage agreement with staff and reforming our planning and committee meetings so that they work better for everybody. Given Mr Stretton's lengthy experience in this sector, which I believe is 30 plus years, and also his fantastic results in some of the testing that was done as part of the recruitment process, it really shouldn't be a surprise to any of us that he's delivered such great results. So I just wanted to put on the record that I'm impressed with the CEO and his team, and that this particular financial result is an excellent one, and I do believe we have the right leadership in place for this organisation now. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lohberger, any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I do agree largely with what Councillor Lohberger said, that the financial aspects of the business are in capable hands. I do feel and note that. We did have a big depreciation change, though, which provided the council with a financial sugar hit, so I don't think we can really pat ourselves too hard on the backs around that. I do have some questions in relation to the table under key issues. There's a big drop, the $1.6 million referred to in the fines.
So which page, Councillor Elliott?
Top of my printouts, page 51. It's under section 2 on of the report, the table, operating activities. You got it? So it's we've got a variance. We're down $1.6 million on fines. So we're budgeting 4.3 miles going, and our actual so far year to date is 2.8. Can I just ask, these fines, is that parking infringements alone, or parking infringements and planning, or? Question, please.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So it's all fines across council, so it is predominantly parking, which was just due to the sensor replacement timing and the recruitment of staff. So we're just working through what the full year impact that may be.
Okay, so it's predominantly parking fines, which makes sense. And as people will know, I've raised quite a few times some concerns around the parking infrastructure issues. So I guess I just wanted to put on the record that we keep an eye on that. And from what Ms Wickham said, I think there's plans in place to rectify that. I can't believe I'm standing here advocating to see fines go up. It's not that case at all, but I guess meeting budget or getting budget, making sure the budget's accurate. The assets write-off figure, we've budgeted $750K, and our actual at the moment is 133. Have we got a lot to come in over the next coming period? I was just wondering why budget and actual is so different under the asset write-off.
Through you, Lord Mayor, again, we're just working through that. So there has been a bit of a timing issue while we work through the system issues we've had through the depreciation review, so that will likely change in the coming months.
Thank you. Question under the table that's provided at 2.3, where we're approving, I guess, the adjustments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth down from the top of the first table. It refers to reducing rates equivalents for UTAS for properties at 96 Bathurst Street and on 40 Brooker Avenue, as are now subject to normal rates. And it's a change of 92,000. Each of those properties are now, I understand, operating as commercial hotels, but they would have been operating as commercial hotels for quite a while from memory. So I was just wondering how far back that 92,000 covers in terms of rates equivalency. Is that, for 5 years of not being eligible for rates remission, or?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'd have to confirm that for you.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. We've got a lot of different values, everything from a couple of thousand up to maybe a couple of 100,000 coming out from the program contingency fund. I was just wondering, after these variations, how much do we have left in our contingency?
Wickham.
I'm happy for you to take on notice.
Through you, Lord Mayor, it's actually covered off in the capital report. I believe at the end of December, or is that the January report? At the end of December, the contingency was about 895,000.
And that's with these adjustments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lohberger.
Lord Mayor, just while we're talking about variations, I'm just looking at the variation in grant funding of minus $170,000. Can I just get some information about what that is? On the top of page 56, it's the Collins Street streetscape improvement.
Through you, Lord Mayor, that was the cancellation of the grant from the state government.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to follow on the question regarding the parking, because it's interesting to note, I guess I'm used to seeing comparatives from previous year, but we don't have that with this report. And in particular, I can see that the projected 8,735, or 8.7 million, has just simply been divided into sections, fair enough. But I'm just wondering, obviously this is projected a lesser figure than previous years because there's less parking, and if there's less parking, there'll be less fines because fines are the same as the parking for the same number of parks and so forth. So I'm just curious, what was it last year and the year before? How much has this dropped, please?
Wickham, do you need to take that one on notice? Or?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I will take it on notice, but the actual revenue estimate was higher than the previous year, but we haven't factored in any reduced parking at this stage, but I'll take that on notice.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'd like to also echo the sentiments that have already been stated by Councillor Lohberger. So thank you very much to you, CEO, and to your staff. Just two questions really about the capital variations. One of them is the transfer from the program contingency into the Safer Communities grant funding for 94,057 around there. Can you just explain to us what that will be used for, or is it relevant staff?
Ms Reynolds, is that yours?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I understand that we had some money for the Safer Communities grant that didn't end up being spent, so we had to return it, but I can confirm exactly what that was.
Thank you very much. And just one final question, just with regards to the transfer to the pipeline track extension, and just the reason was that the tender submission was above the allocated budget. I was just wondering if you could explain that in terms of what's the next process, or what will be happening with that.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'd have to confirm that one.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just go to Councillor Elliott's question about UTAS rates equivalents, because I had it noted as well. These two properties have been sold to commercial hotel providers, as I understand it now. Why is there a disparity between what UTAS was paying in rates equivalents and the commercial rates? That makes sense.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'll take that one on notice.
Thank you. The first line item is 20 odd grand in concrete cycleway repairs for the Intercity Cycleway, and it's listed as project cancellation. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why we've cancelled the concrete repairs on the Intercity Cycleway.
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And one final, semi-technical question about the Forest Road Fire Trail cancellation. I'm always interested to see capital works projects that get cancelled. I know the plan. There's some commentary around difficulty with planning complexities. I was wondering if anyone in the room knows enough about that project to inform council of why it was cancelled and which fire trail it's referring to specifically.
Through you, Lord Mayor, we'll take that on notice.
Okie dokie. Any further discussion on this report? I'll put that then. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 15 is line marking on local government roads. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Discussion on this? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just going to jump straight to my feet with this one and get the amendment out of the way. It seems to me the sentiment of the community, and it's a long-held belief of mine, that our road markings are not acceptable, as the nicest way to put it. In some instances, I think that they are unsafe. The current contested territory between the state government and the council, for whose job it is to fund line marking renewal and whose asset they technically are, in my view, can't continue. I think that Hobart City looks tardy as a result of line markings that haven't been renewed for decades. And as I said, I think that there is a safety and potentially litigation issue should somebody be hit and killed in a cycling lane that is no longer visible as a cycling lane or shoulder, that the shoulder marking has gone from. I've provided an amendment which is on the screen that the council requests the CEO to include a provision in the draft budget for the 25-26 year to commence funding an interim multi-year line marking renewal program with the aim of returning City of Hobart's roads to national line marking standards, while we continue to have the debate between the Local Government Association and the state government. Yeah, it's my view that it always falls on councils, doesn't it? You know, it always comes back down to councils. Something doesn't get done and councils pick up the slack. It's part of what we do, unfortunately, but it's also part of why we're awesome. So we do services that sometimes have historically been done. We assist in places like homelessness, which some could argue is not our clear jurisdiction. I really strongly encourage my colleagues around the table to consider this amendment in good faith. I think that if we can deliver a program as fit in the budget and recommended by the CEO over the next 3 to 5 years to return all of our line markings to a national standard, I think that it's a win for everyone. So I'll leave it with council to consider.
Been seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Discussion on the amendment. I think, CEO, did you want to add anything to this amendment? I think you've provided advice on it.
Yes, I can say, and probably just to reiterate Councillor Elliott's point, we still have work to do in respect of our operational budget. You'll see in the report that we have estimated quite a significant sum is required to be spent City of Hobart in terms of renewal to catch up and potentially maintain our road markings into the future. There's no way we would be able to afford that level of quantum in the draft budget, but we certainly would be happy to provide a figure to be able to make a start for the council to be able to consider as part of the 25-26 budget.
Further discussion on the amendment. Councillor Coates.
Mayor. Look, yeah, I can appreciate the sentiment of where the amendment's coming from, but I think if we're going to do it at a state level with LGAT, we're better off keeping it as a collective of all the other councils. You know, that to me would give the state government a reason not to include funding for statewide line markings. Great, Hobart's going to do it themselves. Also, like, I suspect that when they actually get these services, you know, they do them as a collective. So, you know, us, Glenorchy, Clarence, whatever, whoever, when they go to tender and get providers. And so I think it just ends up being, well, we do some for a multi-year program, potentially approve under our budget, while then the state government's going, okay, where do we need to do line marking? Or sweet, we won't do as much in Hobart because they're doing it themselves. You know, I think this, as it stands, before the amendment, is a pretty clear piece of advocacy work, and we need to actually let that advocacy work take shape and form. So have the discussions with the other partners, with LGAT, with the other councils, you know, understand what the state government's position is and what the likelihood is. You know, it may well be that we're actually quite successful and they can acknowledge it and all the other councils get on board. And it's a really sort of punchy piece, and number two is just not necessary. Or it might be that when we have those discussions and do that the advice that comes back is, look, you know, good luck advocating for that because they're trying to fund a health system. And so then we need to have a discussion about number two. But I think sort of adding it in now just sort of creates work for council. Even when it then goes in the budget, it's not clear. I think the motion as it stands is an advocacy motion, and we need to let that process play out and work with the other councils. This is clearly an area where we're going to get a better result working collaboratively. You know, line markings don't stop at the border of Glenorchy and Hobart. Yeah, look, I just feel that we're jumping to a solution before understanding the problem. And I think that the advocacy piece is around understanding that problem and working with others. So, look, I support the intent of the motion, but as it stands, I think the amendment actually potentially undermines and draws away from the original motion, which I do support.
Councillor.
Question.
Right.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question to relevant officers or yourself, perhaps. Is anybody aware of a motion from 2020 from Kingborough Council that specifically called on state funding for line marking or to that effect?
I'm aware there has been a LGAT motion, but I don't have the exact figure on when it was, but it may have been from 2020. It's certainly been in the last few years. Yep. Further discussion on the amendment?
The question. So this will go to the next LGAT meeting. When's that?
April.
April?
Yep.
And when would you expect, if this is received well at LGAT, which I'm assuming it will be, when would you expect a reply from the state?
Theo might have some good news.
Oh, look, well, it's difficult to be able to accurately say, but I mean there are conversations happening now, and so I think there will be positions put forward, perhaps in advance even of the motion going to LGAT, where there's a recognition that the additional funding does need to be applied to it from the state. The quantum of that I don't know and is yet to be determined, and again, so I think we will get a pretty timely response.
Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm really surprised by this one, and I am talking to the amendment, but in the broader context of the overall motion. I mean, line markings on roads are just like something that need to be there. They're not negotiable, and I'm absolutely shocked that the state government doesn't take this responsibility. And I think most of our ratepayers would be very surprised to find out that this has been just completely left, you know, under-acknowledged and under-resourced. I don't think that in the current state that they're in that we can wait for a response from the state government, and if should they decide they'd prefer to fund their health services, well, I mean, fantastic, let's do that too. I would say that these are basic services that our state government needs to be providing to all Tasmanians, and I agree with some of the sentiment of Councillor Coates's debate tonight, that it would be fantastic if all of Legat could get together and lobby the state government to fix this this problem. But I think in the meantime we've got issues with safety and deteriorating assets, so I think we really do need to start to rectify some of that ourselves. So I'll be supporting the amendment tonight to make sure that Hobart's roads are up to the standard that they need to be for our ratepayers.
Further discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. This is, like Councillor Kitsos, I was quite surprised to find that the state government has just abrogated its responsibility onto councils and simply won't budge. This issue, it is an issue of safety. We hear that they need to fund the health budget. Well, maybe they need to pay for some of the accidents that are going to be caused by no line markings. Now, I have to say in particular, I'm worried about Sandy Bay Road. I have had a fair bit to do with the community in Sandy Bay. Every time it rains, I get complaints about the road markings being invisible on Sandy Bay Road on significant portions of it. And I know it's the same everywhere else. Unless I drive to the north of the state, of course. The road markings seem to be a lot better on the highways up there. I think we could hold our breath forever waiting for the state government to do something in Hobart. So I see no problem in part 2 of this motion. We're not saying we're going to do it yet, we're just asking that there's a provision in there that we can then vote on later. I feel like it's a backup, it's a fail-safe for us. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious the state government is not going to cough the money up, but it's good for us to at least wait until LGAT sends the letter before we start making massive budgetary decisions. However, I will support those decisions if the government won't do it, because somebody has to. Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion on the amendment? There being none, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour?
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Councillors Elliott, Coates and Alderman Bloomfield.
Okay, so we'll go back to the substantive motion. So that's now been amended. Does anyone have anything they would like to say about the motion now? Councillor Coates?
Yeah, look, it's worth just getting on the record. So with that amendment, it's substantially changed. It's not just an advocacy piece. My fear is that it'll go in the budget will get approved. What, in a practical sense, ends up happening is we have a team responsible running around trying to fix damage and updated road markings. The state government's got a team running around trying to fix and update road markings, and we're just going to end up in a situation where, everyone's responsible, but no one actually is responsible and does it. So, look, I just find that, unfortunately, I'm not in a position where I can support the motion.
Okay. Nobody's got further comments. I might make some comments about this. I think it's one of the most persistent complaints that I hear from the community is, people calling out, why can't council fix line markings? You do public art, or you do projects, other nice to haves, I guess they get called sometimes. Why don't you fix line markings? And it should be really simple to understand, but it's actually taken quite a few questions, quite a lot of letters, quite a lot of digging to actually really understand what's gone wrong here. And I'm kind of pretty astonished as to how this just hasn't been fixed. Maybe it has been at a level, in organisations where people just sort of accept that the process isn't perfect and everyone just sort of goes along with it. But, when you look at the facts about when there was there was an audit done in 2015 of the roads around the state, And at that stage, funding was provided by the state government for a single contractor, so that all the work could be done. There's benefit in doing it all with one contractor, or coordinated through the state government. At that stage, they were spending $800,000, and that does come out of the Road Safety Fund, which it should. But we're now 10 years later. We've actually got more confusion, and it's not just at Hobart City Council, but it's also in councils right across the state about really who is responsible and whether there is sufficient funds available to create safe roads and safe line markings. The current system is really broken. It's now half the allocation than it was 10 years ago. So there's now only about $450,000 statewide, and the system. The only clarity I can get about how you get this funding as one of the 29 councils is it's first in, best dressed, which again just seems way too casual. The fact that 10% of the population, which is here in the city of Hobart, gets $15,000 or has most recently got $15,000 out of an allocation of $450,000 for the state is wrong, particularly since not only do we have 10% of the community, we've probably got double that in terms of traffic movements, and it is the traffic movements that does degrade these line markings. So very keen for us to push it again on the agenda. We'll have to really encourage LGAT to really move on it this time. I think it has been a motion before, but it sounds as though some of these conversations are starting. We've got a new minister who's come from local government, and I'm hopeful he will be keen to fix it. That said, because of a decade of sort of underfunding and some confusion over who's responsible, we do have a lot of roads that are in very poor condition. So I will be certainly advocating for more funding, for Hobart to get its fair share of the state funding from the Road Safety Fund. But I do think we may also want to dip into our own budget if we can, and we'll have to consider it along with other priorities in order to try and fix up what are some really critical areas in the city at the moment.
Well, Mayor, can I ask one more question before you move on? What's the cost of the yellow line markings to the council? I understand that there's hundreds of requests for yellow line markings to be installed and equal number of requests to have them removed. Is this a big impost on council, yellow lines? I'm just curious.
No, I can probably...
Yeah, look, it is. We do get regular requests for yellow marking, so it is an issue that officers need to respond to. Officers are somewhat reluctant to agree to all of these requests because they do come with a cost to the broader ratepayers. It obviously costs us to install them, and it costs us to maintain them. So it's something that we do on a case-by-case basis. But
So is that a large budget item for the year or inconsequential?
Mr Noy, did you want to take that one on notice?
Yes, I'd need to take it on notice for the detailed figure. Yep.
There may be budget for the installation, but also the assessment process and the staff time?
Yes, we could provide an estimate for that.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Coates.
Okay, moving on now to item 16, which is the targeted amendments to the Local Government Act. There's a recommendation. We discussed this submission at our workshop. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Alderman Harvey. Councillor Harvey. Any discussion? So there is some discussion. There's movement. Alderman Bloomfield.
Look, I just really am looking forward to seeing the amendments come through, to be honest. There's a number of happy surprises in here with the definition of a serious breach, the fact that we'll have real repercussions from code of conducts. Mostly not because that it will change enormously for people, but it will change the way we conduct ourselves, which will create in its own right a better room, which in its turn will actually attract better candidates, which will give us better governance. I actually see so many wins from this, and I am just grateful that we've got to this stage. I very much enjoyed participating in the workshop, and I am grateful to see what has come through, so thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, similar response, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to see these come through. I think it will make a great deal of change to local government, where the individuals can be dealt with outside of, you have to have to sack the whole council basically if there's issues running in councils where there's some dysfunction or whatever it is. That reflects on the whole council rather than just the individual. So I think that's a good outcome, and I think I'm also pleased to see something like advisors. I think that's important as well for councils to have someone come in and, you know, a mentor or whatever the process is there, provide advice to the CEO plus the council. So I think that's a good innovation. But overall, I support all the things that have been suggested in this report, and we'll be putting our response through to it. So very good. Thank you.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, look, I won't harbour the point that's already been said by Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Harvey, but I'm really delighted as well that this has come through, and there's some really great developments and reforms here, especially I think for me, aside from the ones that have already been mentioned, but the development of a new local government election bill I think is also really great. I also think that mandating council learning development obligations is also a wonderful reform, and as already pointed out by Alderman Bloomfield, that serious misconduct is really great. I also note that it says that mandating internal audits for councils has also been part of that reform process. So, yeah, I commend the process and the recommendations and reforms that have been made. Thank you.
No further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 17 is special committee terms of reference. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got an amendment to this item tonight. It's been brought to my attention that there's been an administrative oversight that needs to be corrected this evening. So it relates to 5.8 and then 5.8.1 of the documents in front of you. Essentially, what needs to happen tonight is we need to replace the attachments that are in the agenda. With this updated sentence, which is regarding timing, place and communications of the meetings, so the committee will meet every quarter for no more than 2 hours, was the sentence that should have been in these documents to begin with. Again, this is an administrative oversight. This is not my words. This is just simply making sure that the Place and Wellbeing Committee and the Climate Sustainability and Biodiversity Committee terms of references are in line with all our other committees' terms of references.
Okay, so that's an amendment moved by Councillor Kitsos, seconded by someone else. Councillor Dutta.
Sorry, just inquiring. So it's moved by Councillor Kitsos, seconded by Posselt.
No, Councillor Posselt moved the original motion, but it could be accepted in, couldn't it? Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, happy to accept it in.
Councillor Harvey and Councillor Posselt are happy to accept that change, administrative drafting error, is it?
Yeah.
Is everyone clear on that change? Any further discussion on these terms of reference? Councillor Elliott.
Yes, I was just looking. I note in the other terms of reference we had an exclusion from the partners and spouses of elected members, but I can't see it in this terms of reference. I was just wondering why this one's different to all the others.
Through you, they should all be the same, Councillor Elliott. I would have to take that on notice and have a look into that because we've obviously done quite a bit of work in that space. Just about that. I'm happy to take on notice and come back.
I just remembered from when we approved them the first time.
We missed it.
Does this need to be deferred in case? No? Okay.
Lord Mayor, just a question, isn't there a clause in this that is to the effect, this came to workshop, it was referred to workshop, and there is a clause to the effect of anyone who might have a perceived or actual conflict of interest and certain steps that need to be taken in that setting, and that replaced the spouse clause that was put into other committees?
Look, through you, Lord Mayor, I don't have a copy of the attachments in front of me. That may well be the case, but I would rather not speculate. There has been some other matters in this space at the same time, but I mean, I think the officer report does say that all the terms of reference are to be identical in terms of language to the change that Councillor Kitsott's amended, so I'm happy to take it on notice.
Shall we defer it?
I think it might be
I'll
better.
withdraw my motion and I'll move a motion for deferral.
Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. That's a deferral motion, so I'll just put that, just to sort out these drafting matters.
Can I ask a question?
Not with a deferral motion, I'm sorry. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Against, Councillor Selt, Councillor Lohberger.
Okay, that one's deferred. I think the committees can still meet today, can't they, if they're coming up soon? Can they?
We'll put it on the Hobart Workshop Committee for a decision.
All right. All right, item 18 is the 24-25 Capital Works Program mid-year review. Discussion on this. Oh, sorry, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Discussion?
Yeah, I want to move an amendment to that, add a point 2, considering the facts and the financial statements that's been made in here. And point 1.6 makes a good point with regards to the estimate expenditure of 91 at the upper range and 65 at the lower range. I move that the council approve the 25,000 funding forecasts for the TCA ground upgrade projects.
Seconded by Councillor Lohberger.
Did you move it?
Sorry, Councillor Posselt, I'm sorry. Councillor Dutta, would you like to speak to that a bit more, please?
Yeah, sure. Reading the report, it is my understanding that the 1.5 in the report states that the estimated remaining contingency to the 31st of December 24 was 895 plus. And then 1.6 states that the total forecast expenditure by 30 June 2025 is an estimate of 91 at the upper range and 65 at the lower range. Now, taking that into consideration and the fact that we have correspondence and communication with regards to this matter, I am suggesting or proposing that we add number 2, because I think we are in a position to support this particular project, and hence my point number 2 with regards to that the council approve 25,000 funding for the development of the ground, upgrade of the ground project.
CEO would like to make a statement.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So we've got to remember that these figures were to the 31st of December, and we're now close to the end of March, or February rather, into March. So we had intent, and there is a process that we go through to be able to consider a budget amendment like this. Again, I would rather the council have access to current figures, as at today or when the decision is made, rather than be relying on 2 months old data. Obviously the council can make that decision, but it's certainly financially more prudent to have the current data in terms of where the contingency is at before the decision is made, is what my advice would be.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question to Legal Officer, if it's appropriate through you. Is that sufficient qualified advice for us to make the decision on $25,000 in your opinion? Do we take the qualified advice clause?
My answer will be to that is the CEO comfortable with his qualified advice rather than I come in over the top and tell him.
The council can make a decision. 25,000 is able to be managed and moved by moving things around to be able to accommodate. What I'm saying is that it is not a proper process. It's not our usual process to make decisions like that based on 2 months old data. But again, it's the council can make the decision. We will accommodate the decision, but it wouldn't be my recommendation at this stage.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm happy to take that as qualified advice, recognising that we make decisions. We've got really strong processes when it comes to capital works expenditure, which is great, but we've actually got quite weak processes when it comes to other expenses, such as the referral of the scramble crossings for a peer review, which cost about, in this order, in the end, it was about $25,000 that we spent of ratepayers' money on that. I think a lot of things have been brought to light about the expenditure at Queenborough Oval, which is in the order of $3.2 million. I know that's joint funded, but it's still a significant undertaking. And I think that the Hobart Football Club has gone to quite considerable effort to draw resources from across state, federal and private parties, as I understand it. I think in this particular instance, given that it's one of the primary facilities for cricket, and it's one of our top level facilities for sport in the city, and that they've got almost all the funding, they just need a slight top up. I'd love to give them that surety this evening that they can continue with their project, and so that's why I seconded and supported Councillor Dutter's amendment, even in light of the advice from the CEO, given the quantum that we're asking for is quite small.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I'm really quite concerned, to be honest. In this meeting, we've already congratulated the CEO for his good guidance on the financial advice and support to get this place to work appropriately, and then we immediately undermine him in this particular one and say, but we know better. We actually don't know better. With the qualifications I have, I know when to respect somebody else's work and say that none of you read between the lines and noted that he said we can do it, but it will have to have money moved around. That means that other projects will not be delivered because the money has to be found from somewhere else. And not to withstand the fact that we have a massively changing environment with prices, which is why he was also cautioning us with cost analysis. 2 months down, we're going to find the numbers have changed again because product prices have changed. I feel it's actually very much inappropriate and, in my view, unethical to do exactly this motion. Yes, we all want to get things done. We all like to put our name to things and say we achieved something, great. But do it according to proper process. Do it with respect to those who have already done the work, put together these reports. We should never be undermining the work that has been done, and I just find this very inappropriate and unfortunate.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think the elephant in the room here that hasn't been mentioned is Councillor Coates' motion, and I just wanted to thank him for bringing it. I'm a big supporter of the TCA and the Hobart Football Club. I actually work with the daughter of the drummer for the Hobart Club, and I'm so proud of that. But I note that Councillor Coates has got a motion on the books for much later on that does ask for this $25,000 to be allocated, and the staff response is that there is a capital works surplus from which the projects listed may be considered. I wouldn't support this particular amendment if that wasn't here in black and white on another motion. So I think we do know that the money's available. I just think it's a bit funny. It's being done sort of slightly out of order here, but that's neither here nor there. The money is available. It's a fantastic project. The TCA is a really, really good facility, and any upgrade of that, pretty much the only bit that hasn't been upgraded is the stand used by the AFL players. I note that it will allow women's participation as well as male. This is the big upgrade that all of our facilities need to allow both female and male sport at the same sort of time, or allow them to swap over without having to use the same rooms. So it's an important project, and I am very supportive of it. Had I not supported it here, I would have just supported it on Councillor Coates' motion, so I will be supporting the amendment. If it doesn't get up, I'll support it again through Councillor Coates' motion. Thank you.
In the discussion, Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, a number of years ago, I don't know if you remember it, it's an anecdote now, sorry, just forgive me, where a motion was put to council from a body that didn't receive their grant, and it was overturned by a council motion, and that led to a different process occurring where a limit was put on grants and whether or not councillors could be involved in overturning grants and picking winners and losers. And there was a new policy that said grants above a certain amount have to go through the officer's process before they could, be agreed. So anyway, it's probably slightly different to this, but I'm with the CEO that I think we need to follow process. You can't just bring a motion to council saying let's give money to someone without the proper process being followed. So I'm very concerned that we would bring motions like this to council. I don't think we should do it, because I could bring one next week, picking a favourite who needs a bit more money somewhere, which I wouldn't do. But I don't think we should establish a precedent where you can just come to council and ask for extra money. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Further discussion, Councillor Kitsos.
Can I ask a question to the CEO, please, Chair? I'm just asking, I am erring towards following process tonight as well. I think that doesn't take away from acknowledging that, the sentiments behind the motion to fund a club that needs to make up a shortfall for other grants that they've received. I'm just conscious of the qualified advice that we've received, and I'm wondering if the CEO might be able to tell us an appropriate time when the more updated figures will be available to us to make a change to the Capital Works budget to allow for this payment to occur during the right process.
CEO.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So, look, the matter would be placed on the agenda for the next Capital Works Committee. I don't have the date. I'm looking for the back of the room to see whether we have a date, but it is within coming weeks. And again, should the notice of motion be successful, then that would be the process to approve the amendment. So, again, that's the usual way that these things are dealt with.
Great, thank you. Look, in light of that response, I won't be supporting the amendment. I look forward to seeing it, the additional money be granted through the appropriate channels at the right time, in due process. I'm concerned actually for the club that, the Hobart Football Club, that, if we say we want $25,000 allocated to that, what happens if the shortfall is $35,000 or $50,000? I don't think that's actually particularly helpful until we have all of the information, and those costs could change over time depending on when construction costs, etc., as the timeframes might exceed the expected period. So I'm not comfortable making that call tonight. I'd like to see it go through the proper process.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Coates.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit surprised this is brought up on this item as opposed to the motion that talks to the substantive sort of grant funding decision under discussion. Look, I don't really care how we make the sausage. If this is a way of doing it, so be it. Councillor Lohberger sort of mentioned the elephant in the room, which is we have a motion on this topic. Look, without wanting to get into weeds on what I was going to say on that one, this is a motion of circumstance where a scenario has arisen in the community. I was contacted, and I was also provided with sort of the information. I literally had because of the time frames of getting motions in for this discussion for council, I had to have it submitted that weekend. I did all the actions you'd expect. So I saw the information. When next available opportunity, I provided that to the CEO. I drafted up the motion deliberately in a way that it wasn't us making the decision. So you'll note if you look at motion 25 on the agenda, I agree with Councillor Harvey. I don't want to get in a scenario of trying to pick winners and losers here. And the last one, it calls upon the officers to be empowered to be able to make this determination. So I don't want us to be trying to pick winners and losers. This is about empowering them, and it was based on information provided. But notwithstanding the fact there's currently a surplus, the advice that was provided back to the Hobart Football Club was that current council processes mean that the officers aren't empowered to do any allocations out of that. So that was the genesis behind this. And look, at a very high level, and again, it wasn't me trying to make a decision on this. I wanted to empower officers to be able to, but at a very high level, without doing any sort of in-depth investigative financial analysis, but they've been able to source significant external resources to upgrade a facility that is ultimately for the community's benefit, and they've found themselves a tiny bit short. And I guess by all the evidence that was provided, they've gone through the process of how do we fix that, and who is the last resort? The last resort is to talk to us. The advice from the officers was, well, we actually aren't empowered to do it, and so then they've had to go to a councillor. So what did I do when I was stuck in a situation where I had 24 hours to sort of put in a motion? I, of course, tried to contact the chair of the committee that deals with this, Place and Wellbeing Committee co-chair. I put in a motion. I then contacted the CEO at the first available opportunity on the Monday. I guess it can be done via an amendment to the capital works item on the agenda, although there was this specific item noted. I don't really care how we do it. If this is a process to get it through, that's fine, and we can sort of have a discussion. Look, I think ultimately, what are the learnings as an organisation? This grant funding was announced many months ago. Community sports clubs are not property developers. They're not experts in running through that process. It's I think maybe a learning for us as an organisation to, where a community group in our city receives grant funding, we have that sort of concierge role, if you like, of trying to assist them. And look, I'm not trying to say that Hobart Council dropped the ball on this one, but, it was a bit bizarre to have a scenario where we're ready to go, but we found ourselves slightly short. And so even though we've got a footy season starting, even though we've got female players wanting to use facilities, even though we've lined up this grant, that grant, external funding, it's ended up being a little bit of a sort of messy bureaucratic process at the very end. And even to the extent I was having to madly type up a motion and submit it at like 10 to midnight in order that we could actually do this, because I was fearful that unless we can have a discussion and make a vote tonight, councillors are then hamstrung. So, look, I'll support the amendment that's through, because I think ultimately it goes towards, the good outcome that we want. But I take the point that it's probably not the most elegant way of doing it. And maybe this becomes an interesting scenario that we can workshop and discuss, and in the future it sort of doesn't happen. But look, at the face of it, the intent of motion 25 was to empower officers, not for us to be trying to pick winners and losers. But I guess I was put in a circumstance where I felt I had to submit a motion to enable this discussion to take place. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Just a question to the mover of the amendment. Would Councillor Dutta, based on feedback from colleagues, consider rewording to allow the $25,000 to be referred to the Capital Works Committee, so it can go through that process, but still with the intent that the council, to show the council's support for this expenditure item? Question to the amendment. Just a slight process change, I guess. The bones is the same.
Councillor Dutta, would you like to do that?
Yes, I will take that into consideration, but I would like to have a right of response at the end of the debate instead of amending it now. So if you allow me to speak, I will, but the answer might take a bit longer.
You're able to speak. So, sorry, Councillor Dudley, you're speaking on your amendment?
Yes, sir.
Well, you have introduced it already.
Yes, I've introduced it, so I'm saying at the end I will have a right to reply.
No, that's not how our meeting procedures
In
work.
the amendment?
Not with an amendment.
Okay,
so
yeah, all right.
I think it's
so
just
let
a
me
fairly
answer the
simple
question then.
yes or no.
Let me answer the question. Considering all those points made, and I have a clear distinction between the power and the role of the council, that we can make these decisions. You know, we are not in any way under the subject of the officers. We have the power to do that. Having regard of the fact that the information was given to us and the processes may create a precedent, I will withdraw that. I will withdraw that.
Amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? I'll put the report. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Now we move on to item 19. I've declared an interest, so I'll leave and I'll hand over to Deputy to chair the meeting.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 19. Can I have somebody move that motion, please? By Councillor Elliott, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Okay, thank you. So this motion has 4 parts to it. The first part is that we note the Ombudsman's report that I hope was circulated or has been seen by at least the majority of the councillors here. That Ombudsman report found that the council, including the conduct of the Lord Mayor, was in breach of the Personal Information Protection Act on 4 separate occasions. The motion also asks the council to note that Lord Mayor Anna Reynolds maintains that she did not breach the PIP Act, and she states that her behaviour was lawful and legitimate. And this is despite the fact that the Ombudsman in his report saying that the sharing of the complainant's personal information by the Lord Mayor is the example of the type of disclosure that the Act is designed to protect against. And I thought it was important that this motion come to the council because whilst the breaches are shameful, I think what's most troubling for us as elected members who are in charge of governance of the organisation is that we have a Lord Mayor who maintains that they did nothing wrong. And when you don't think you've done anything wrong, there's obviously a much higher risk that you will do it again. So later in another officer report, I disagree with the statement, but the officer admin response refers to the Lord Mayor position as the most senior elected member. I disagree that there's a seniority. But let that digest. Despite the Ombudsman's report and statement that the disclosure was pretty much the exact type of disclosure it's designed to protect against, the Act's designed to protect against, the Lord Mayor states that they did nothing wrong and that their actions were lawful and legitimate. Point 3 is that it asks the council to note that despite the words being used in the media that an unreserved public apology has been made on this issue, that it is technically impossible to make an unreserved apology when someone that did the conduct is not apologetic. They're mutually exclusive. And 4th is that on one matter alone, of which I was on the receiving end of, this council's now broken not in compliance with 3 separate laws, the Anti-Discrimination Act, the Right to Information Act and now the Personal Information Protection Act. Now, Lord Mayor's left the room because of a conflict of interest, which is a good thing. But if she wasn't here, I would have asked the question that I asked the Lord Mayor personally last week, but I would ask again. Are you apologetic? What's the risk of you doing the conduct again? Because as I stress, the main concerning part of this behaviour is the lack of awareness. I've got quotes in here from the Ombudsman's report And I hope that if any electors are able to look at this objectively, they would see how troubling it is. Maybe read the report and replace the Lord Mayor's name with my name and see how you'd feel. Or Marty's name. I've endured 2 motions on council agendas that have sent me off for investigation for things that I've done which are not illegal. Yet there's no motion on the council agenda tonight to send the Lord Mayor's conduct off for investigation. Yes, it's been assessed under the Ombudsman's powers under the Personal Information Protection Act, but there's no accountability under Code of Conduct, there's no accountability under the Local Government Act. And I also am troubled that we know about this, the world knows about this, because I put the complaint in. I wonder and I can worry about what else happens that elected members or some elected members are kept in the dark about. So I truly do think that if elected members are able to look at this legitimately and do that name swap exercise, imagine if it was me that had done this, that all hell would break loose. Yep, thank you for agreeing, Councillor Harvey. And maybe think about how not one of us has immunity and we should be treating people fairly and objectively. And we have a real issue when it comes to governments if our quote that I disagree with, most senior elected member is claiming that they're oblivious to fundamental privacy obligations and maintaining in the face of expert advice, the Ombudsman who owns the Personal Information Protection Act. The Lord Mayor is maintaining that despite the Ombudsman's clarity on the issue, that what they did was lawful and legitimate. That's really troubling judgment. And I bring that here tonight particularly from the perspective of risk. The Lord Mayor's done it once, they don't see a problem with it.
That's time, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. I take the points made in this motion and the different elements that states that we note the points made by Councillor Elliott. I make an interesting observation here, and the observation I make is this, that this was brought as a private ratepayer, and in this council it has come as a councillor bringing a motion. That's fine, it is a councillor's right to do that, I have no problems, but it has an opportunity to bring this. I don't know if any other ratepayer who wasn't a councillor would have this opportunity to bring it in the council for us to debate. Having said that, I would like to move an amendment. I move the amendment as follows, and I've sent it to Wes. I don't know if he's received it or not. Thank you. That the council receive and note the Ombudsman report dated 11th February 2025. That it is council's understanding that the statutory breaches identified within the Ombudsman report are of an administrative nature. And 3, that council notes and commend the CEO for promptly acting on the Ombudsman recommendations. Now, this, having read the Ombudsman's report, summarizes those 3 points or elements in there. Now, I have, in fact, swapped the names of various people and put my name in there myself. And I would, in my view, am suggesting that when I read the particular statement made by the Lord Mayor, that it was lawful and legitimate, it was as if it was her right as a respondent to make a submission, and that was her submission. That's how I saw it. When accusations are made against me, I have the right to then make submissions. So it was a submission made by her as a respondent, saying that in her view, taking into consideration the circumstances in the context, holistically she felt, and it is a belief that she has, and that's how I read that. However, I recommend those 3 amendments to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dutta. Anybody else like to speak on the amendments or seconder for the amendment?
Can I just get a point of clarification, sorry?
Yeah, sure.
And that is that the 3 points of the amendment, they are to be added to this motion, or are they substituting?
They're substituting.
Yeah, can
CEO, thank you.
Look, I have to jump up because one of my roles is to ensure that the motions, that what we're doing is lawful. I think the second point I have a problem with, in the sense that to say that the breaches were administrative in nature, I don't think would be an accurate reflection of what's actually occurred. And so I don't think that motion would be lawfully stating what's actually happened.
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah, sure. Councillor Dasha.
Thank you. Those words are in fact lifted exactly as it is stated in the report. If you find the report, so I thought I would do that because that's what it is stated. So it's not my addition, but if you look at the report, it's there.
Is that okay, Mike?
Thank you.
Look, I don't have the report in front of me, but my recollection is slightly different. I think it would be truer to say that the events the Ombudsman investigated were the result of matters of a primarily administrative nature. The nature of the statutory breach is in the nature of it being a summary offence, which is, to Michael's point, that is something quite different.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Speaking to the amendment, look, I don't profess to being a legal eagle. This amendment really is two amendments. One is to deprecate all the existing items, and the second one is obviously those 3 points. I guess I'll speak first to the deprecating. One of the functions and roles of council is this is the public meeting of the organisation, and when independent statutory authorities, agencies, regulators, etc., publish information. I think there is a role to say we should note it as councillors, and I think for some. Sometimes people will bring these forwards because as members of a community it provides closure to. Sometimes events happen where people want to bring motions, and it is a role of this chamber, if you like, to be the public square. So in that regard, I think the original motion is good. It was only a motion that notes. It doesn't call on actions. It doesn't speak to compel the officers to do anything. It was a way of providing that sort of closure, if you like. So, and then when it comes to so that's sort of a deprecating part of this amendment, and then the main part of the amendment is, I guess number one is sort of not, we receive it, it's sort of already been received, it's the Ombudsman's report, it's not ours that we've produced. The number two, it's our understanding. Is it? Have we got legal advice giving us understanding around this? The report is what the report is. We don't need to sort of add commentary as to what our understanding is of the nature of the breaches, or if they are or not of administrative. What does administrative mean? Where does it fit in? And I think that is a problematic sort of section in and of itself. And number three, that we note and commend the CEO for promptly acting. Look, the CEO has done an admirable job in acting on the recommendations. I don't think the recommendations, the report's dated the 11th of February. I'll withhold my judgment as to the implementation of those recommendations, I guess, is the sort of point to be made there. Ultimately, I think this is one of those times where there's an element of the public square. Significant findings were made. The Ombudsman's report was published, and it is very correct or right that we note that as a council. And I think there are members of a community for which that would give an element of closure. So, I just think it's appropriate. I don't want to get into a debate about the findings of the report and all that sort of stuff. We can sort of look at that, and people can look themselves. But I think it's appropriate, and I think the amendment I wouldn't be supportive of.
Yes, Alderman Bloomfield.
This particular amendment, it's profoundly different to the initial motion. Is this amendment a jump too far? It's actually completely changed the nature of the motion? I just have that question.
Mr Young.
So if I understand your argument, Alderman Bloomfield, it's closer to a foreshadowed alternative rather than an amendment. Look, you've put me on the spot. I lean to your view on points 1 and 3 of the... I lean to a view that points 1 and 3 are probably loosely consistent with the intent of the motion, but I take your point on point 2, I think is at odds with the intent of the motion.
So does that therefore make this amendment invalid?
Well, how you could deal with it, as we did earlier in the night, you could deal with it individually. But I think I would agree with you that point number 2 in the amendment is actually closer to a foreshadowed alternative motion than an amendment to the one in the agenda.
Yes, Councillor Lohberger.
I just had a question for the mover. Would you be okay with taking out point number 2?
Yes,
to answer
Councillor
that,
Dutta.
just to answer that, if you look at the report of the memorandum, paragraph 1, 2, 3, and paragraph 4 now, if you look at paragraph 4, and it is signed by the CEO, paragraph 4, if you look at it, and it says, it is Council's understanding that the statutory breaches identified within the report are of an administrative nature. So all what I'm saying that this is Council's understanding as it is there, it is of an administrative nature. And that's all I have put in there, because that is, I accepted that as an advice coming from the CEO, and hence I put that there. But if others are of the view that that is in fact not part of the standard motion, the substantive motion, I am quite happy to take that out on advice as to why that particular statement was put, or if I'm misreading it, because I'm not interpreting it, I'm simply stating as it is.
I'm getting eyes from the chair, so look, I need to jump on this one. Look, I would be comfortable that point 2 be withdrawn. I think the report speaks for itself from the Ombudsman, and others have made the point in the debate it is not for Council to impute an intent to the Ombudsman's work. It speaks for itself in the report.
Thank you. I'm quite happy to do that, but I just need clarification as to why it was put in there. I need clarification.
Councillor Dutta, thank you very much for that. I think it's probably quite appropriate that we adjourn the meeting for a moment to just understand the legality, or would you like to do that now?
Clarify. I mean, it's the decision of the Ombudsman, not myself, not anyone that made a submission in. It's the actual, the decision the Ombudsman made, and again, that's what that's referring to in terms of, and it wasn't of an administrative nature, despite what might be read in the actual, in the report. From, if you're saying that I've said that, I'd need to again have a look at that. But that's the nature. It's again summary of offence as opposed to a breach of an administrative nature. So.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. I think it goes to both the amendment and to the substantive, and potentially to other motions that we have before us. While it's an elected member's right to bring a motion before Council for consideration and deliberation, providing it meets certain criteria, such as it not being an illegal act or offensive, I really don't want to set too many precedents where we have motions that note and only note. I know Councillor Coates writes his motions in a certain fashion that has note, but then action, and that's fine. I've got no issues with that because of the action point at the bottom. But motions that are brought into this chamber to purely note a fact, like I'm going to bring 5 motions next meeting that the grass is green, the sky is blue, the Derwent's over there and Kunani's over there. They're all facts. And we can all debate it and sit around the table and hold up our staff's time at some expense to the ratepayer and to their welfare, having hostile debates about facts. I don't see the point.
Is this talking specifically to the amendment?
It's to both because this is the
amendment.
Well, the amendment is also just noting. It's receiving and noting, and it's the same, and I'll get up and say the same spiel next time. I don't think it's a good, productive use of our time to note facts. All of the facts here in the amendment and in the substantive are public record facts. Why do we need to bring them as motions?
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Harvey.
I'm not going to, well, if that was included, if the 2 points that are not controversial were included as amendments to the motion but not replacing the motion. That,
yes.
So I think Councillor Purcell's made an excellent point, is that dot point 1 is actually already in the original motion. So on that point, it is not actually an amendment, it's already there. Councillor Dutta has proposed removing dot point 2, so that becomes a non-issue if that's your intent, which just leaves dot point 3, which then could fall back to be proposed to if the bringer of the original motion was content to incorporate dot point 3 as an amendment to her substantive motion and what she wants council to note. That would clean the whole thing up and it could be done that way.
well, that would make it simple for me, because I will support this motion tonight. I think these are facts. These are things that occurred. It's a bad piece of history for the City of Hobart. There was a lot of mistakes made at this time. So I will support the motion as you've put it to us tonight. And if that bottom note, part 3, could be included, the council notes and commends the CEO for promptly acting on the Ombudsman's recommendations, then I'm fine with all that. If you'd like to include that in, okay. So I'm happy to support what you've written tonight, because I think that's what's occurred. It's unfortunate, and I hope we learn our lessons from this and we don't make these blunders again into the future.
Sorry, I've got a point of order. I had earlier asked Councillor Dutta whether this replaced Councillor Elliott's points or whether it added, and he said it replaced. So what you've just suggested, Councillor Harvey, is possibly not accurate. So I would like clarification exactly what is our motion going to be, because I now have 2 points here and I'd like to know which one is truth, please.
Thank you. Mr Young.
So I can shed some light on that. So the first thing is the seconder to the motion would also have to agree to amend the motion that has been brought by Councillor Elliott. Now, if that is the case, all that is being proposed is dot point 3 pertaining to Mr Stretton be added on to the existing outputs in the motion as they appear on the agenda.
Councillor Elliott, are you happy to include point 3 of the amendment
As
into
number
your
5.
substantive motion?
Yes, it's number 5.
At number 5?
Yes. Well, it should have been I had numbering dot points in the original, but yes.
And the seconder of the motion was Alderman Bloomfield. Are you happy to include point 3 into the substantive motion?
Look, as long as it is that it is not, as was originally said, that it's replacing, that it is simply adding, and that this has been left alone. If that is what you are specifying, very happy.
Councillor Lohberger.
I guess I just want to clarify again with the bringer of the amendment, which I thought, as Alderman Bloomfield pointed out, was a replacement. I'm not sure I heard a change to that, apart from the removal of point 2. So I'm just not sure where we're at now. I'm a bit confused.
I can go through it again.
Mr Young, thank you.
Thank you. So, as Councillor Elliott has pointed out, there is a series of outputs she's proposing if her amendment, as it appears on the agenda, is carried. We then had an amendment made from the floor from Councillor Dutta that proposed 3 things. We then agreed that dot point 1 is otiose in the sense it's already in the agenda report. It is not required, so move on. Number 2, we then formed a view, that, and Councillor Dutta agreed, that that would be withdrawn. That is not on the table now either. That leaves number 3, which it is proposed to add as dot point 5 to the motion as it appears on the agenda. Both the bringer of the motion being Councillor Elliott and the seconder being Alderman Bloomfield have agreed to that procedural change. So where we're up to now is to either continue with the debate or to bring a vote.
So I seconded the amendment. Do I not get asked whether I'm happy with that? Is that...
Mr Young.
Yes, you are correct, Councillor Lohberger, but where we've been focused on the moment is the mover of the amendment, but you are correct.
So just to be clear, what is it, Councillor Dutta, that you are trying to do here?
Thank you for that.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you. In retrospect, it should have been a foreshadowed motion instead of an amendment. So what I'm suggesting, we take number 1 away I withdraw that. Number 2, it is a statement made by the CEO, and it's important that it is noted. But if the advice for us given, which I have difficulty, because it's nothing that I'm saying, it's what's been given to us. I have difficulty with that. Number 3 is accepted already by the mover of the motion, so I'm quite happy to do that. So 1 and 3 is now catered for. I'm happy to remove number 2, and I will bring that up later in a workshop.
You're withdrawing that amendment and you're just adding point 3, and the mover of the motion, Councillor Elliott, has included that as point 5, sorry, point 5. Were there any further comments that needed to be made? Councillor Lohberger on the substantive motion.
Substantive motion, are we able to vote on those separately?
Vote on it separately, yep, great. We'll take that.
All 5.
Yeah.
Was there any further commentary
On substantive?
on the substantive motion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's really important, as I said at the outset, I think I'm just going to set myself a blanket rule that I'm not voting for anything that is just noting facts. Henceforth, anyone that brings anything to this chamber that says the carpet is red, I'm not voting for it. It's a waste of time. But the second element that I'm concerned about, and I'm pleased that you're willing to take it item by item, is that paragraph 2 and paragraph 3 are not necessarily facts. They are not necessarily true. We don't have the individual in the room to set the record straight. I'm somewhat concerned that this is in the open and not in the closed, because I think this is borderline for a personnel matter, and the individual's not here to defend herself and say, actually, no, that's wrong. And I think that presents a pretty significant problem, in all honesty. So I would implore, if we must go ahead and vote on this, and if you want to vote for noting things, go your hardest. But the 2 paragraphs, paragraph 2 and 3, I don't think that you can call them facts, and I think it's very dangerous if the council decides to vote for those 2 paragraphs. I don't know if there's any legal advice in my commentary that needs to be taken, but I'm very concerned about those 2.
Mr Young.
Councillor Posselt raises some interesting points. And where I landed on this is that the Ombudsman report is actually a public document. So if you follow that logic, it does then follow that you would have any motion pertaining to it in the open. But you are correct that there also are provisions in the closed council, provisions of the meeting regs relating to legal advice, matters of a personal confidential nature, matters affecting safety of a councillor that would drag it into the closed. But on balance, we landed a view that it needed to be in the open.
Councillor Lohberger.
More question, Chair. Just relating to the Lord Mayor leaving the room, this appears to all be over an incident that involved 2 elected members and some staff, and the staff I don't think are around anymore. But I just find it odd that one elected member has left the room and not the other. Can I get some sort of clarity from our legal advisor on that?
CEO.
We've been through this quite a number of times, but it's the decision of individual councillors, elected members, whether they declare an interest. Obviously, the Lord Mayor has chosen to do that. Others haven't. But again, that's your own prerogative.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments on this particular motion, on the substantive motion? Councillor Dutta, have you spoken already or no?
No, there was
the substantive. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I also note number 2 and number 3, and I think for us to accept that would be quite detrimental when you look at the way it's noted, and hence my suggestion, and still I would maintain that all what we need to do, like we do in other meetings, when the report comes, we simply receive it and note it. And hence, I think for me, that would be the way to go, that the council receive and note the Ombudsman report dated 11th of February 2025. And everybody else can read the report. It's in public and all the details are there.
Thank you very much. I might just make just a brief comment with regards to this motion, specifically paragraphs 2 and 3. I too find that a little problematic, especially with regard to the response that has been provided to us within the motion here, the administrative response at paragraph 4 says, the Lord Mayor has acknowledged and accepted the findings of the Ombudsman's investigation and has agreed to undertake training on the Act. If we now look back at paragraph 2 and 3, it directly contradicts that, which it says, note that the Lord Mayor maintains that she did not breach, and so on and so forth. So for me, paragraphs 2 and 3 are very problematic as they conflict with that particular piece of advice from our administration. So I will take the point that I think Councillor Lohberger has said, that the paragraphs be separated and we can vote on that individually. Just to clarify before I put the motion, yes, Alderman Bloomfield.
I haven't spoken. I would have liked to have spoken, please.
Sorry, I did ask before I stood up. So, would you like to speak? And then Councillor Elliott is entitled to sum up as well. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Look, I think, in fairness, that I don't think there's anyone in this room who would suggest that these were not factual statements. I think if we read through, you'll see everywhere where they actually link through to real fact. And the second thing I wanted to point out is that in trying circumstance, the most appropriate and mature thing that we can do collaboratively is to humble ourselves and to know that things don't always go the way we feel they should, but we need to be humble enough to know that we need to walk on, acknowledge and be respectful. And this is merely an elected member asking this room to be respectful and to allow us all to collegially walk on.
Councillor Elliott, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. Points 1 to 4, I did have them numbered. They are all facts other than, I guess, a fair opinion that you can't make an unreserved apology when you are denying any wrongdoing. I also am glad to see the amendment, which probably should have been the foreshadowed motion, withdrawn, and just wanted to share that I think it's pretty disrespectful to bring up an amendment on someone's notice of motion, especially when it looks to downplay the conduct and has a huge layer of protectionism over the top. And there's a big difference between accepting the findings of the report and admitting that you've done wrong. Accept the findings, you've got no choice but to accept the findings, it is what it is. You have to say that. But to actually admit that you've done something wrong and most importantly, won't do it again and are apologetic, they're two very different things, and I'm surprised people wouldn't be able to see the difference between those two things. They're starkly different. Yeah, I agree with Alderman Bloomfield about moving on. I guess the reason this is a note apology, and I'm looking forward to Councillor Elliott, Purcell, abstaining from any of those in the future. The reason there are notes is because I could have gone on big rants about governance and culture issues and people thinking they're above the law and whatever else, but the safest and fairest thing to everybody is to note the publicly available facts. On that comment, I did have to shake my head at another. Instead of being able to accept and own the behaviour as a council, there's the issue of conflict of interest is brought up. And of course, I left the room when the motions were about me, but even now, still looking for ammunition and can't accept the facts.
Thank you very much. So I'll put that motion just individually. So we'll go through the first paragraph. Note that the Ombudsman has determined that paragraph that begins with that. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no.
No.
Okay. Show of hands, please. All those in favour, say aye.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harding and the Deputy.
That's and no.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to paragraph 2. Note that the Lord Mayor Anna Reynolds, that particular paragraph. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. Show of hands, please. All those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey.
All those against?
Against, Councillors Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger and the Deputy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's lost by 1.
Thank you. Number 3, note that the CEO's public statements. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against?
Aye.
And by show of hands, please. All those in favour.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
All those against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey and the Deputy.
Number 4, note that this is the third piece of that particular paragraph. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? By show of hands, please. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey and the Deputy.
All those against?
Councillor Purcell.
Carried as well. And then we have the final number 5, which is that council notes and commends, that final one. All those in favour? All those against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And I'll now go back to my seat.
Yes, 1:15.
Now, I've just been in the Alderman's rooms and the dinner is now ready. So are people ready for a break? So I'll adjourn the meeting and for a dinner break till 7:20. Next item, which is a motion from Councillor Elliott on volunteer awards policy. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Move the motion and second it. I don't need to talk to this motion, so I'm happy to sit down.
Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to commend this motion, and I think the benefits, there are potential benefits for our organisation, so I'd really encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Put that, all those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 21 is a motion from Councillor Elliott on legal invoices.
Yeah, I'll move this motion.
This motion, Alderman Bloomfield.
So, I need to put this before the council because under section 28 of the Local Government Act, you can make a request for information, but if that's refused, which it was done by the CEO, there's the option to bring it to the council to ask the council support for the information to be provided. So this, the impetus for this motion, for the information request, relate to the McCulloch decision from the Northern Midlands that I've spoken about several times now. That's a situation where the Mayor and the General Manager of the Northern Midlands have to pay the council back, I think it's about close to $200,000, and then another $200,000 the Mayor and the GM have to pay the complainant for their court costs. So the apples and apples comparison in that situation is ratepayer money being used to fund personal litigation related to defamation. And I am looking into this issue because obviously a fundamental role of our council as the 12 elected members is ensuring the organisation is compliant with the law, and our roles also relate to setting policies that comply with the law and managing risk. So in terms of, I have of course read the admin response, and I feel that the response is too simplistic in stating that it is an accepted principle at common law that lawyers' bills, an invoice, is privileged, and refers to Packer v Deputy Commissioner. It's nowhere near as black and white as that. The clarity needed to be able to make such a blanket claim doesn't exist, and I'm actually a bit concerned to see that advice written in such a definitive way in the response. Only last year in the Federal Court, in the case of CIP Group versus SO, 2024, the Federal Court actually said that whether and to what extent a bill of costs is privileged will depend on consideration of the circumstances in which the claim for privilege occurs and the nature and details of the entries made on the bill in question. And it goes on to say that if a solicitor's bill costs recorded no more detail than attending a settlement at X date for the sale of Y property, it would not be privileged, as it would not reveal the content or nature of legal advice sought. They also go on to say that a useful guide in determining whether the bill of costs would reveal privileged communication will be whether the disclosure of the bill will be tantamount to waiving privilege in the underlying communications in which the bill expressly or implicitly deals. And the Packer decision, which is what the admin response refers to, it's said that a distinction can be drawn between detailed bills of costs and the ledger. And if a bill of costs shows the nature of the instructions in the advice, it will be privileged. If it does not disclose such information, then it will not be privileged. So there's definitely case law out there that shows that, in my opinion, and I am a layperson, I'm not a lawyer, that the blanket statement could not be made that legal invoices are privileged. It really depends on the circumstances and the content on the invoice themselves. I also find it a strange argument in the admin response that asking for invoices relates to a previous term is somehow inappropriate or irrelevant. The admin response implies that they're not relevant because these invoices were incurred during a previous council term. And based on this logic, we can't ask for information that was created before November 22, which is obviously absurd. Also based on this logic, if we had reason to believe that there was unaddressed issues related to, for example, abuse of corporate credit cards or serious work health safety issues, we'd be acting out of scope if we looked into it. And again, that's absurd. I've already achieved accountability for conduct that happened during previous terms. Some of you might recall my work on the misuse of direct appointments. And if there was such a limitation that the council can only look at activities within its term, I would imagine that would be most definitely been explicitly included in the Act. So at the moment I will actually move to have this item put. I am conscious that I have multiple items on the agenda and I'm happy to have this put without further discussion because, like I said, it's a requirement if I want to get the information that I have to bring it to the chamber. But I'm happy to move a procedural motion for motion.
I'm not sure you can do both. Let me just check some advice on that. So you're already moving this motion. I don't think you can then move a procedural motion. Is that right? Yeah, so you can't do that, Councillor Elliott. Sorry, Councillor Posselt's up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question, possibly to Councillor Elliott. Are you aware of any live legal proceedings between yourself and the city or yourself and any of the councillors that may result in information being disclosed to you that might benefit you legally?
I can't talk about legal proceedings in open meeting, but obviously I wouldn't be accessing information that I had a conflict of interest in, and that would be exempt. That's pretty obvious.
Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just considering some of the comments that have been made by Councillor Elliott just regarding privilege and the conflicting opinions that is supposedly out there, and I thank Councillor Elliott for raising that with us. Also considering the motion, I think that she brought in December with regards to these same issues that she's just outlined before. And I think for that same reason, with the last motion, I'd actually deferred it for it to go to workshop so that we as a broader sector can understand these particular issues. I do note that in the question that's just been asked by Councillor Posselt with regards to maybe other legal issues currently underway, I do note that the request is for all. So it's anything, it's all of it. And so whatever is going on right now, who knows, I'm not sure, that would also include that. And so I do note that the administrative response is that there's a privacy of third parties, and I'm sure we've all read Section 28 as well, which is actually Section 28A specifically with regards to the information of documents. And as it's noted there, 3A of the Act is also relevant. So I'd like to put a procedural motion that this go to workshop along with the other broader issues that we were discussing already. So I'd like to put that procedural motion that it be deferred, thank you, to workshop. Thank you.
Need a seconder for that. Councillor Posselt. Procedural motion, so we'll just vote on that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, item 22. Councillor Elliott.
I'll move this item.
Seconded by.
Thank you. So, obviously, as elected members, we need access to timely and reliable information in order to do our job. And as the motion outlines, there have been multiple situations over the past couple of years where myself and other elected members, I'm not sure if it's the case for everyone, but has learnt about things that have happened in the council, and particularly communication with the Lord Mayor's, to and from the Lord Mayor's office, that we've learnt about via the Mercury, and we know just as much as the readers of the Mercury. I've got spelt out there one example relating to the Leader of the Opposition, and it's Leadership 101, that effective leaders encourage open communication and transparency and don't need policies and procedures to make this happen. But this sort of leadership style doesn't come naturally to everyone and isn't intrinsically valued by all leaders. And the open flow of communication is really important, especially in board-like settings, which is what we have. And in this case, our chair of the board is the Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor is, in my opinion, the first amongst equals. I raised earlier on the agenda tonight that it says in the admin response that the Lord Mayor is the most senior elected member of the council. I was just actually wondering if officers could tell us more what they meant about that. Obviously I understand about precedence, order of precedence or whatever it is, But is there a seniority ranking? Because my understanding is under the Act that the Lord Mayor has certain roles around being a spokesperson, a civic role and representative, but is there a seniority?
Look, I think that's a turn of phrase that's found its way into the response that, I think you're right, first among equals with additional roles around being the spokesperson of the council. So.
Oh, that's really reassuring and surprising. Oh, I was actually right on something. Oh, that's good.
Can I actually respond to that as well? Because there is an additional role of the Lord Mayor, which is to be the community leader or the leader of the community. Yes. So that is pretty abstract, but I guess it does lean into the suggestion that people do go to the Lord Mayor for a range of things that they don't go to the entire council for.
Yes. No, I completely understand that. Act as leader of the community, promote good governance, chairperson, spokesperson. It was the reference to seniority that was new to me, and I thought I must have missed some fundamental, but it's good that I haven't. So this motion, it's a minor change that I think would make a big and meaningful impact in terms of how informed all elected members would be, not just people who happen to perhaps be closer to the Lord Mayor in terms of professional and personal relationships. I find the admin response disappointing in terms of it says that it's too much of a workload when all I'm asking for is for copies of formal communication sent from the Office of the Lord Mayor. This isn't formal communication, this isn't communication from Councillor Anna Reynolds, it's formal communication from the Office of the Lord Mayor, either being added to the hub or CC to the elected member's email address. I'm literally asking for maybe 6 or 7 additional mouse clicks. That's what this comes down to. Because, like I've said, we can't do our role unless we know about things, and we should be able to have the comfort of knowing about that we know about things in a timely manner. And if it can have this small process change, then I think it'll be a big, meaningful improvement. And the reality is that even if only a few elected members are wanting this change, I think given the effort exerted to make it possible, that it's a reasonable request.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to foreshadow a motion, please. And that was that, because I quite liked what had been put forward, but I wanted to alter it slightly and just say that elected members receive access to an online register of all formal correspondence to the Lord Mayor, who sends in their capacity as Lord Mayor, as it leaves the office of the Lord Mayor. So a little bit like what we're familiar with our donation register and all those types of registers, it simply means that there's no direct touch. There's simply a register that if you are curious or interested in what's going on, you can go there, click on a PDF, and there it is. And it gives us good reference for ongoing with anything to do with the community. So I just wanted to foreshadow that, please.
Sorry, so that's a different motion.
It was a foreshadowed motion in case the current one fails. It was just a rewording, just really making it strongly that it would simply be an online register rather than including everyone in an email. Because one of the comments made in here was that it'd be undue and large amounts of emails that wouldn't be relevant and things like that. This way, we're just isolating and say, you know what, if you want to know what the communication is, here's an online register. You can go and click and see what we sent to the sports ground. We can go and see what you sent to the Indian Cultural Society, whatever it might be. It's like a reference and it meets the requirements, but it keeps it low-key.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just have a question. Right now, what is the process right now from the Office of the Lord Mayor? Correspondence that's sent out, is it put up on the hub? Do we have access to this information right now?
Yeah. Talk to it as well.
Well, it's just I'll just read from the response in terms of what happens now. So under the current practice, Lord Mayoral correspondence is shared with all elected members when it pertains to a decision of the full council or involves any significant or strategic matters. So copies of such correspondence is provided through the established communication of the elected member bulletin and then available via the hub from that link.
And I think that also includes if there's a letter written to all elected members and the response is provided to all elected members through the same mechanism, I think. When the Office of the Lord Mayor prepares a response for a constituent, that's written to all elected members.
So those, sorry, just to clarify, so those two aspects are covered in terms of the correspondence that comes from the Office of the Lord Mayor, as well as what is stated here in the administrative response pertaining to decisions and so forth. So that's two aspects that are already covered. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
I'll just be quick. I have already spoken about the fact that we have a CEO with an incredible amount of experience, almost more than everybody else in this room put together, I'd suggest, when it comes to elected members, maybe if Councillor Harvey stepped out. But it is a significant amount of experience. I really I do respect the decisions that are coming out of this current management team, and if the Office of the Lord Mayor, with advice I assume from senior staff, doesn't want to do this, then I'm not sure why we should. It smacks a little bit of micromanagement, of us trying to lean over the shoulder of the Mayor and have a look at what she's doing. And for that reason, I really can't support it. We do get a significant amount of mail that is either sent to the Mayor or comes from the Mayor's office, but we don't get everything, and I actually appreciate that. I really don't want dozens of emails every week that are just prosaic letters. I want the Mayor and the Mayor's office and the CEO and the senior staff to decide what we need to see, and I trust them. So I'm happy for the current arrangements to continue. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, I'll just echo those comments from Councillor Lohberger. I can't imagine the amount of correspondence that goes through your office. Just invites. How many invites a year would you get?
I can't remember. It is in that Lord Mayor's report.
Hundreds, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same as different types of correspondence. From you've got your invites, you've got responding to requests, you've got inquiries, you've got all these extra duties that you as the Mayor are responsible for. You get the extra allowance for that as well, those extra duties, and you've got a team of people that help you work through all that correspondence. So, and I'd like Councillor Lohberger said, I don't want all of those things arriving in my email box. If they were somewhere, the important ones that I had access to, like I think we already do, we get updates that are important to us, then fine. But I don't think we need to go down the path of having everything available. And I don't know whether that's implied here, but I support the officer's conclusion that it's not considered that changes to the current processes are required. So I'm happy to support the officer's advice and recommendation at the end there in the conclusion.
Further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I frankly think it's dysfunctional. I've had personal embarrassment because of a lack of communication between us as elected members, between the office of the Mayor, and between activities that are happening at council. I've had situations where you turn up at an event and I only at the event find out, oh no, we've got a council representative here. I wasn't even aware that a formal invitation come into council. I wasn't even aware that someone had been selected to represent them. And not only that, but often I find, oh well, why that person? They've got no links to this community group. I've been involved with this group for ages, and I'm turning up looking like an idiot because it's gone off somewhere and I've got no idea. Just frankly, none. But to take it back a step, and I've made this observation a few times now, but the specific roles of the Mayor are very clearly articulated in the Local Government Act, Section 27. You can go and have a look, right? It very much relates to that, the civic and ceremonial functions, act as a leader, promote the good governance, chairperson, and act as the communicator for decisions by this body, by the council, so decisions we make. But when it comes to the functions of councillors, we are no different to the Mayor. All of us together, the 12 of us, are here to represent the community. All of us together are to act in the best interests of the community. All of us are actually to facilitate communication by the council with the community. I'll say that again. We are all equal when it comes to facilitating communication by the council with the community. That is not a power of the Lord Mayor. That is a function of a councillor, section 28(1)(c). We also then have those collective functions. We need to develop and monitor strategies. We need to monitor expenditure. We need to appoint and monitor the performance of the general manager. We need to determine and review the council's resource allocation, etc., etc. So there's three sets. There's us individually, there's us collectively, and then there's a small little section which is the powers of the Lord Mayor in that role as Lord Mayor. And look, you know, I was reflecting upon this motion when I was reading the agenda, and, you know, I was thinking, I found out about Hobart City Council's advocacy document, 2425, that was being taken to key decision makers, to influencers, to potential funders, to state and federal government representatives and MPs. I didn't find out through any formal communication process within council. Right? I had to find out via social media. And when it comes to correspondence coming out of the Mayor's office, when you're saying to organisations or groups, hi, we'd like to have a discussion about this item, you know, frankly, there's 12 of us in this room that can all contribute. One of the people that I'm meeting with, I happen to have a personal connection with. Well, if you'd let me know, I could have helped. We all have different backgrounds. There's a reason that the Local Government Act isn't just one representative and it's a presidential style. You know, frankly, if we're going to have go out to community groups that are in the ambulance sector, I know which elected member around here I'd probably want to talk to. If it's around small business, I know which one I'd want to talk to. If it's around, you know, safe waterways, I know which one I'd want to leverage the experience. And if I'm going to go talk to a community group, or if community groups communicated in at that elected member level, I think it is appropriate that we're at least aware of it or have the ability to access it. I mean, sometimes I see things happening, I'm like, oh, if only I'd known about that. If only I'd known. I genuinely think most of us, I think all of us actually, want to contribute. We want to be able to be of value, of use, and to use our ability, skills, experiences, networks, you know, community links. I mean, that's, you know, literally point one of the function of a councillor is to represent the community, act in the best interest, facilitate communication. That's all of us. And I find it very frustrating sometimes where I'm just not aware of stuff that's happening, not aware of communications that are going on. You know, I talk to a community group, and as I've been discussing this with the council for ages, the mayor came and visited, or this is happening, or, you know, but an invite went out. And, you know, it is frankly bizarre. Sometimes I just cannot fathom, and I appreciate it's difficult, you know, where do you draw the line? If it's an email to the mayor's office, you know, my pothole needs to be fixed out the front. You know, you don't need to go to all and sundry. I can appreciate there is that operational complexity to this, but I would reflect that my observation and lived experience has been this organisation at that level is an information silo. There is very little sharing, very little collaboration, and very little understanding around, well, here's the objective we're trying to see, how can we leverage the resources and the people and the networks to get there. And so, yeah, I support the motion.
Further discussion? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question. Obviously, it's clear that we've had some clarification around the fact that we already have access to the vast majority of correspondence through the Hub, which for those watching online is a confidential online portal where we store all of our meeting minutes and agendas, and something that every elected member has access to and is familiar with. Is it also right in saying that if we requested specific correspondence from the Lord Mayor's office, if we were working with an organisation and it was relevant, that we'd be able to access that?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so look, if we can access information by request and we have the information that's been defined as decisions that require the full council or involves any significant or strategic matter available to us, then I'm satisfied with that. I don't think we need this motion tonight.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I guess I take some of Councillor Coates' points, and I also appreciate his sentiment in wanting to be involved more and to involve elected members who have particular interests, and I think there's genuine merit of that in that notion, regardless of what side of politics they sit on. If they've got an interest in tennis, then why not delegate to them or ask them? But that is fundamentally up to the Lord Mayor, because the Lord Mayor was the person that was invited. So it's the Lord Mayor's delegation, and it's her prerogative, and whoever sits in the chair after her, it will be their prerogative as to who gets that delegation. I do, appreciate, and it would be great if we had a really lovely equal system. However, I had to rise to respond to the advocacy claims that have been ventilated well in the public space. The advocacy that took place with Canberra, specifically regarding transport projects, was endorsed by this council for an advocacy strategy. There were 5 points, as I recall, and one of them was diversifying transport. We all signed off on that. I suspect, Councillor Coates, that you may not have been here at that point in time.
What a Lord Mayor? Just on relevance, because it's about Lord Mayor.
No, I'm not going to call that as... I think it's fair enough part of the debate.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Coates brought it up, and it is about Lord Mayoral communication in the sense that Councillor Coates has a desire for that type of document to come to us for us to understand. However, I have faith in the Lord Mayor and the CEO that when we give them a broad brush approach to advocacy, that we want you to go away and advocate for climate change initiatives, we want you to go away and advocate for stormwater or diversification of transport, I don't expect you to come back to me and say, do you mind if we just we want a 3-metre pipe under Campbell Street between Patrick and Melville Streets. Is that okay with you? I don't want to see that detail. It's in the weeds. It's not our job. That is the delegation of the CEO and for the Lord Mayor to back him up on those operational matters. But very clearly, the advocacy claims are incorrect. It was endorsed by this council. I don't think that this is necessary. I think that more administrative burden is... there's so many issues that can arise from administrative burden, not least the risk when you set up something like this that something is missed. Someone makes a genuine mistake and something doesn't go on the hub, and oh boy, now we've got a breach that seems to be targeted or bullying, and it just opens Pandora's box. I'm very happy with this arrangement. I have faith in the Lord Mayor, I have faith in the CEO and the admin team, and I have faith in the Lord Mayor's office as well.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I do appreciate the sentiment of this motion. I think the intention is reasonable. I would have asked for the same thing. But looking at the motion, I'm just addressing the motion, it says that elected members receive a copy of all. My difficulty is with the term all. Now, there's so many different kinds of communications that happens. And I am quite satisfied if those correspondence that is of substantive matter that we as elected members should know, I would appreciate that. But I'm not interested in all invites that you get in your correspondence and whatever leaves. So that is difficult for me to ask for all communication. The second element I see in that motion is that all formal correspondence. Now again, how do you define formal? If it's defined that when the Lord Mayor signs the letter and that is a formal one, again, I find it cumbersome to go through and read all that. I'm not interested in all formal correspondence because I know when I had my own business, I had to take the responsibility to make those decisions, regardless of the fact that I had other directors. Given that responsibility, the others did not want to know. So as a councillor, I understand I have a councillor responsibilities and duties. We have a collective responsibility as councillors, and the Lord Mayor, as the spokesperson, has the responsibility. And so therefore I'm quite satisfied that I don't want all the formal correspondence. And the third element in that is that in her capacity as a Lord Mayor, again, in her capacity as the Lord Mayor, she may be signing hundreds of letters, and I'm not interested, whatever those letters. But if there are any controversial issue that comes up, I would want to know. And I'm satisfied that we are informed of that, and it comes on the hub when there are major issues. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I might say a couple of words. I just need to correct a couple of things. Yeah, I mean, I don't support the motion, and I do think, you know, quite an amount of correspondence is already being placed on the elected member bulletin and the hub. I think I wonder whether, can I ask a question about the elected member bulletin? Do we actually have data on how many elected member bulletins are being opened and by how many and how much they're being clicked through?
Yes, we do, Lord Mayor.
Can that be circulated as a confidential item for everyone? Just I guess it's a reminder for us all that, you know, the elected member bulletin has a lot of stuff. It's a lot of effort goes into it weekly, and a lot of documents are clicked through with that.
Yeah, we can certainly arrange that. I think it would probably have to be de-identified to individual councillors, but
yeah,
we
but
could
just
certainly...
give us an idea. I mean, I think it is good to be involved in decisions, but I think Councillor Coates, for example, that advocacy document, as Councillor Posselt said, that has been well and truly debated previously, I think.
Point of order. Misrepresentation. Look, two things, very obvious. First one, at the point in time that was announced, it hadn't come to council yet. Okay. And the second one was there were clear motions passed in this calling for advocacy. And a good example, we signed off on the Waterworks Reserve, but didn't get in there.
Point of order with all of that information.
So I'm being misrepresented.
I didn't really even get my comment out at Councillor Coates, but I mean, I think our advocacy strategies and processes have been discussed in a range of forums, but it is really important if you want to be part of lots of discussions that you come to workshops as well as council meetings, because some of this stuff is discussed at workshop level, and I just encourage all elected members to attend as many of the workshops as they can. I do need to pull you up on the issue of invitations, because if anyone is interested, there is a huge, I don't think it has to be circulated, but I'm sure Kerry in the Lord Mayor's office will take people through it. There is a huge spreadsheet of the Office of Lord Mayor when an invitation comes in, and it does come in often to the Lord Mayor. Sometimes we get, they invite everybody, and that's great, and everyone can make their own decision, but the office gets lots of invitations for the Lord Mayor to attend something. We do have a policy and a procedure around this that was agreed to some time ago, I think the last council, and that is if I can't attend a meeting or I don't want to attend an event, the first choice goes to the Deputy Lord Mayor, and the Deputy Lord Mayor has the opportunity to accept that invitation. If the Deputy Lord Mayor is not interested in accepting that invitation, the Office of Lord Mayor has a very rigorous, complicated process where they go out to the next elected member on the list and ask them, would you like to attend? And I have seen their spreadsheet, and they sometimes have to sort of go to multiple people because someone's not available or they're not interested. They record who has, said, I'm not interested in attending that event. So you cannot say that process is not rigorous. It's certainly very functional, and I think it's really disappointing that the word dysfunction was used, because the Office of Lord Mayor does an incredible administrative job dealing with a lot of correspondence, lots of invitations, and they do have a very fair and rigorous process for distributing those invitations. We did have a different policy when we had portfolios, which was that the portfolio holder was the next person in line if the Deputy Lord Mayor didn't want to do it. And that changed when we stopped having the portfolios, that we would just go back to an order of precedence. So it literally just goes through the order of elected members. So there is a lot of work, and I do think the Office of the Lord Mayor does a really good job. They're very fair. They're not political staff. They are employees of the CEO, and I just don't think this is something that I support. And I think there is plenty of information that's already available. Thank you.
I'll just sum up, Lord Mayor.
Yes, sure.
So yeah, this motion is essentially saying that some elected members would like more information than what is in the admin response. I know I can obviously speak for myself that I would like more information. Obviously, I don't need to know about the potholes and every invitation, but the Dean Winter situation is a classic example. It was on the Mercury. You don't know with Dean Winter and Anna Reynolds lock horns over red tape and the nighttime economy, and I have to email off and ask for copies of the letters to know what on earth's going on. And what is our Lord Mayor communicating on the council's behalf. So we're asking at least, I hope, obviously the motion's going to lose, but I hope that the feedback is taken on board, that the selective and targeted approach that apparently balances transparency and efficiency, that there's a review of the threshold there, because like Councillor Coates, I don't think the threshold is where it currently sits is working. And as I said in the outset, information flow comes down to either you've got a leader that naturally facilitates it and works with their team, otherwise you have to put in place processes. And it looks like we have to put in place processes.
Okie dokie. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
And against?
Councillors Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
That has lost 3 votes to 6, I think. The next motion is number 23, which is right to information.
Motion, yeah.
I had a 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Further point of order, Lord Mayor. I don't believe a seconder was ever gained for the foreshadowed.
Sure. No, that comes now, I think. Okay, Alderman Bloomfield. Seconded by Councillor Elliott.
Look, I absolutely heard everything that everyone said earlier in the meeting, and it was a lot to do with the take that I took with it as well, in that we already get a lot of emails, and that's one of the reasons why I thought, rather than kind of keep this continual large load of work to continue to be done, this would be a hands-off, just register it here, walk on, get on with the job. It actually also reduces the amount of work to do on the Friday bulletin as well. That's a bonus, because ultimately, if you want to know what happened during the week, you go to the register, you check in, done. And ultimately means that if there's anything that particularly needs to be noted, you've got one point of truth. It also means, and it's funny because everyone's talking about invitations. I wasn't even thinking about invitations. I was thinking about communication. Because when this council is being represented holistically by an individual, I too would just like to know, or if I need to know, I can go and click a link and go, okay, that's what's going on. I don't have to bug anyone. I don't have to send emails. I don't have to make phone calls. I can just go do my job. And frankly, I think that this little small amount of work, this small register, would actually solve a lot of problems and actually reduce work. So that's why I put it forward, and I put it forward as this type of motion purely because I did think it was substantially different to the initial one. And I just simply wanted to give it air in a way that people don't feel like I'm trying to take over. I'm not. I'm simply saying, let's give it a resource, make it a resource. You don't have to have your invitations on there. You just simply need to know that there's one point of truth. If you want to know what's being said on behalf of you as an elected member, here it is. And as I said, it means that the bulletin itself will be less work, so our CEO can focus on other things that are more important, and we have all this done. So thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Kitsos.
Just a couple of questions, please, Lord Mayor, to Alderman Bloomfield through you. Do you imagine that this registry would be public or for elected members only?
No, it would just be on the hub, like the donations are and all those types of things. Yes, some of those are public, yes, absolutely, but I would never expect this to be public. This would be simply a resource that when you want to know what happened last week, oh geez, you know, there was some argy-bargy between some political members, we can go there and we can actually get to the fact. We're not bugging staff, we're not bugging the CEO, we're not giving the Lord Mayor a hard time, we're just simply going and going, rightio, that's what's going on. I honestly just thought this was just a very tidy way of dealing with an issue of communication, to be honest.
Thank you for that clarification. Can we also have some commentary from the CEO around this proposal and its feasibility and how perhaps it differs from the current arrangement that we have on the hub?
Probably need to shut up or to talk to Michelle in terms of her area. But the way that these are dealt with now at the moment, all correspondence is registered on our internal document management system. So you are talking about a duplication of process to be able to then take it and put it onto a register. And I'm assuming that you're saying that you need to then have a listing of every correspondence that leaves the Lord Mayor's office, so you can click on that to link. Is that what you're talking about to access it, or?
If there was a better way, I'm open to it. I simply want a point of truth that if there is communication required, well, not required, if I've heard there's something going on, you know, and it happens, you know, there's something in that media and we're going, oh, geez, we just go there. If there was already something on the hub, I believe it's probably allocated in different sections, which makes it hard for us to know where to go. This is effectively signposting. It's allowing us one point of truth. If it happens to be that it means that you have, you know, I don't even know if it would be duplication, because couldn't it simply be a link to where it is? So it wouldn't actually necessarily be double saving. It would simply be saying, well, here's this particular thing, click here, this is going to take you to the part where it is, and here's the email. It could be as simple as that. Yes, it would take a little bit of time to work out precisely how to do it, but I honestly think that you would save so much in EM requests, you would save so much in CEO time. I just don't see this as a something to walk past. I actually think it's quite an invaluable resource.
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
I probably haven't finished answering
sorry.
question yet. So, look, there would be a slight degree of duplication between the system, but I don't know whether we can open our system up to external. Maybe that's looking to the back of the room to see whether there's anyone that can answer that.
Through you, Lord Mayor, the correspondence, outgoing correspondence through your office is saved onto TRIM, so it would be another process, if you like, to take that out of TRIM and put it into a separate register, so it would require more work.
Can I ask a question about EM requests? Because if what you're looking for is things that I ask about for it through EM requests and other colleagues, I mean, my understanding is that we can see what other EM requests are and request that information ourselves, can't we? Oh, I thought we did.
One of the reforms I've identified with EM requests, which hasn't been implemented yet, is on that point. It is actually effectively siloed in that an EM request is a unique answer provided to one council that the other 11 don't get at present. Where we want to get to is having a centralised hub where they're all logged. So I don't, because I've got some skin in the game here, because we don't want to answer the same question 12 times. We want to answer it once. So that is a scheduled piece of work my team are working through.
Yep. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, because you kind of got there, Mr Young, with the question that I was about to ask, which I'd love someone preempting what I'm going to say. I think that we do a lot of work. I know that Councillor and Elliot and I, because we had a scorecard for some reason. I have no idea why that existed, but there was a scorecard for how many EM requests you had lodged, and I think me and Councillor Elliot were at the top of that. And I'm really open to my EM requests being public, because they're often ratepayer-driven, customer-driven requests, like, there's a full rubbish bin on this corner, can you sort it out? Yeah, sure, chuck it into EM requests. But some elected members were of the view that EM requests would cost the organisation $2,000 per request to process. So I think that some
transparency, this is all about transparency and communication. I think it's a much higher priority in terms of decreasing workload for the organisation that we make EM requests completely transparent to elected members before we touch the Lord Mayor's office. And I think the Lord Mayor's office is fine as it is, but while ever there's probably been 1,500 EM requests in this term, would be my estimate. And while ever we've got 1,500 bits of correspondence that no one can see from each elected member, I think that's a much higher priority to address that rather than this.
I might just answer that, Lord Mayor, if that's okay. So look, in terms of the scorecard piece, that was produced as a body of work where we were being supported by the Director of Local Government in terms of our frequency around and mechanisms for how we engaged and provided information to councillors. It wasn't a benchmarking exercise, it was as part of a data set we provided to them. You're correct, year-on-year EM requests, we're now into year 3, I believe. It's above 1,000 a year we process in terms of individual requests. And to come back to your original point is the information is given through EM requests because it is relevant to all of your roles collectively under Section 28. So I have no issue at all from a process bent of making it available to all 12. If the information is relevant to one of you, it's relevant to you all.
Can I just ask a question on that? So could that be a searchable sort of database of EM requests? Like you just put in a street name or something?
It is my intention, and I'm working closely with the relevant manager in the IT space on this, that it would have a degree of searchability just because of the number. You will need some ability to search it, or you won't be able to actually find what you're looking for.
Councillor Dutton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, it appears to me that there is some feeling amongst some elected members that they are not accessible or are not getting this information, and I think it's a valid thing. If they feel that way, they need to express it, and that's why we have elected members who feel a particular way. If they are not given that information, and in order to fulfil our responsibilities, we are not able to because we were not informed. I accept that totally, and I think it's important for us to have that information. But when I look at it. Motion, it says again, the elected members receive access to online register of all formal correspondence, and that's where I have a problem with. All formal correspondence means everything and excluding nothing. That's the definition of all, including all, excluding nothing. So every little thing that's there, it's for me not really required. But if that is changed to saying something, which is significant, that is concerning, related to all elected members that we need to know, then I would be happy to support that. But I would like to then ask the CEO, what does it really mean in its mechanism to set up a register? How much will it cost? But if it's going to be effective and it'll help elected members, then we need to spend some money to do this thing so that we are able to do our work properly. But I just have difficulty with all formal correspondence, which I can't support. Thank you.
Further discussion, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yes, so just with regards to all formal correspondence the Lord Mayor sends in their capacity as Lord Mayor as it leaves the office of the Lord Mayor. From my understanding, from what's just been reiterated by the CEO, that's essentially done already when we're talking about formal correspondence that leaves the office of the Lord Mayor. And so as he already reiterated, to do that again would just be a duplication. And from the comments that have just been made as well, it really highlights that, once again, it would be a duplication. It would just be they exist here already and now you want to register for it to go over there, which will, as has already been mentioned, require more work when it already exists. So it's already been done, it's already there, it's a duplication of work to actually support this particular motion. I appreciate the sentiment behind it. I understand the need to want to know what the formal correspondence is. I just have a different perspective, I suppose, that aligns with the CEO and the qualified advice from the Director that it is already there. this work would just duplicate it, or this motion would just duplicate what already exists. So thank you so much for bringing the motion. I appreciate it, but unfortunately, as a result of the advice that we've got from the CEO, I won't be able to support it. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, I thank the member for foreshadowing this one. Yeah. It's hard to sort of ask or request for something that you're not aware of. And I was just reflecting Councillor Kitsos's comments earlier, but we do have the ability to request information, to ask questions, to seek that, and in some ways that does manage a lot of that administrative burden because, you know, it allows officers to be responsive. But it is very difficult when you don't know what to ask for. I mean, it is a big job trying to be across a $200 million organisation, and we just can't be across everything all at once. And we do have to sort of divide it up between us as elected members. And I mean, I multiple times, you know, I've been emailing Councillor Kitsos as co-chair. Were you aware of this announcement? This is the first I've heard of it, and it's the City of Hobart announcing it in the news. You know, and yet we're meant to be out there facilitating communication with the community, and in the areas in which we, by you, our fellow elected members, have been put in front of. When it comes to, you know, biodiversity, I want those groups to be able to have open and honest communication with the chair of that committee, so that they can facilitate that communication. But what that means is that chair of that committee then needs to know if your organisation is going out and doing stuff in that space. And if you have this register, at least you can be like, oh look, you know, there's correspondence received because, you know, Landcare Australia has formally written to the Mayor's office to request, you know, a workshop around discussing how we can improve, I don't know, health of the wild grasses or something. So, you know, I think, as I said before, I think there is unfortunately quite a lot of information silos that occur, and these are avenues and ways of sort of addressing that. You know, and the other thing is, of course, we do make decisions at this table in terms of setting policy and direction for the council, and then the Local Government Act's pretty clear. It's up to us to then monitor that. We need to monitor the plans and strategies. We need to monitor the implementation. You know, I'm reminded, I mean, this was a big topical issue. We had a big debate late last year. We passed a motion in regards to University of Tasmania, and we agreed, point 9, I've got it in front of me, we agreed to include these points as position statements and advocacy talking points in any formal advocacy process and or other document produced by the City of Hobart. Now, I'm not aware of what formal advocacy processes have been taking place since we passed that motion, because it very rarely gets communicated. I'd be amazed if we haven't had some sort of advocacy, especially since we passed that motion. And yet it's really difficult for me to do my job and to monitor the implementation of that plan and strategy that we as council passed. And so look, if this register of correspondence helps in that regard, you know, give it a go. Maybe we implement this and a month later we decide, look, it just doesn't work. But I do think the situation as it stands now is not working. And so I'm open to all ideas as to how we can make it better. You know, I'm sort of sick of having to write to my co-chair and saying, were you aware of this? I hadn't heard anything. I'm sick of sort of having to read stuff in the media and going, oh, that's a bit bizarre. I would have thought we would have been aware of that. And I appreciate there's a lot of communication happens already. There's stuff that goes into memos. I don't want to get in an argument as to what memo should and shouldn't be used for, but you know, it is in a lot of ways very useful, that Friday evening memo that comes out. But yeah, often I find myself sort of wandering in the dark and going, I'm just not aware of what's happening, and it does impact the ability to be as effective as I'd want to be. So I would support the motion.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I think Alderman Bloomfield's motion is a sensible middle ground, because we don't know what we don't know. My original motion arose because of the Dean Winter situation. As I said before, where I read it in the Mercury and I'm like, okay, what's this correspondence that everyone's talking about, or what has the Lord Mayor said, what has Mr Winter said in return? And I asked for it, and if it wasn't in the Mercury, we wouldn't be none the wiser. And it was uploaded to the hub 5 days later after I requested it. Whereas if this register was in place, the communication would be added as it went. And maybe it isn't, the register is all formal correspondence, and when I said that, I meant on formal letterhead, excluding invitations. And we can take out the invitations issue, easy. Because it is the 2 pages of argy-bargy between political people, or we as elected members should be across that sort of thing. I think that should have met the threshold of being significant or strategic, and it should have meant it been included in the targeted approach, because we didn't get a copy of that. And this is only one example. And unfortunately, I understand the 2 systems with TRIM and the hub being separate, but we don't have access to TRIM and we don't know what to search unless we do. So I think the register would meet that problem. The alternative to all of this is that the people who share the information, whether that's the Lord Mayor or the CEO who prepares the bulletin, that they actively consider lowering the threshold of what's included in it, so the elected members are aware, because we all are equals and we all have right to have access to the information we need to do our roles, and that will include access that comes from information that's prepared and received by our spokesperson.
All right. Any further discussion?
Just a question through you. If we were to have this register, what sort of costs are we looking at? Will it really be an onerous task and a duplicate for nothing, as it were?
Look, it's very difficult to say. We haven't done any investigations into it. Like you say, feasibility, practicality, costs, those sorts of things. It's a motion that's been introduced tonight. So that's not a question I can answer.
I would then move a procedural motion that we take it to a workshop, and there it can come out and we'll be able to look at it in a much more holistic way and make a decision.
Well, that's a procedural motion, so I can't speak to this matter, so we'll go straight to that thing. But
oh, I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. I don't want to take your right to speak. No, I'll withdraw that, and I'll after you've spoken.
Okay. Yeah, look, I was just going to say on a couple of things to Councillor, to Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Coates. You know, there is another way to. If you're curious about something, is just to pick up the phone and say, you know, what's happening. You can do that to me, you can do that to another colleague, you can do that to the CEO, you can put in a request and say, what's the situation here? Councillor Elliott did that with the Dean Winter letters, which were leaked to the media by Dean Winter, which was disappointing. That it was sort of made into a bit of a hoo-ha, but because basically my job is sometimes representing the decisions and the work of the council, and there'd been some disparaging comments about the council, you know, not promoting nightlife, so I wrote, you know, and it wasn't my Anna Reynolds letter, it was a letter prepared by the staff which just outlined all of the things the council was doing. The council was doing, not what I was doing as mayor or whatever, what the council was doing on promotion of the nighttime economy, including the festivals and the various things. So those sort of things, yes, as a community leader, in consultation with the CEO and other directors, sometimes there will be a decision to, you know, respond to some information or something and provide a letter, but it's all based on things that the organisation is already doing. So it's really just promoting the organisation's interests. Now, you know, that's where, and then that letter was leaked. Is that of great strategic interest? It probably wasn't until it was, you know, became a thing in the media. Yeah, I mean, I think that the CEO and I can take this discussion on board and maybe add even more things to the elected member bulletin. We can discuss that in our weekly bulletins and say, well, what's going out this week? What else, you know, what might be good to add in extra into the elected member bulletin? But I would think it would be, you know, I would prefer that is the approach. We have, you know, we have the elected member bulletin. not enough people are reading it as it is. You know, more information can be added to that, but other than setting up new systems and sort of, you know, digging into correspondence, and then you'd have to ask for where, you know, can we have the letter that came in that this was responding to? I mean, this would just get, I think this is sort of overkill. So yeah, that's why I don't support the motion.
Can I ask a question? I quite liked Councillor Dutta's suggestion to put it to workshop. Am I able to?
No, you can't, but Councillor Dutta may still want to move that procedural motion.
Move a procedural motion for it to be referred to workshop?
Because Councillor Elliott seconded, does that matter?
Yeah, it does as well. Yeah, because you've seconded the foreshadowed motion, so you need someone else to do it.
Who hasn't spoken?
Can you move to workshop?
No, it doesn't have to be about who's spoken. Okay.
Can I procedurally move that this be moved to? Can I move a motion of procedure, but this be moved to a workshop? Or deferred, I think is the correct thing.
Who hasn't?
Can I second that?
No, you can't. You've done the original motion.
No, we've done the circle then. That's us out. Poker hands folded.
No seconder. We'll vote on the procedural motion. The foreshadowed motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, your hand is up. Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
Okay, that has not passed. We'll move on now to the motion number 23, the right to information motion from Councillor Elliott.
Yes. This last one from me. So this is another Section 28 request. I asked for the information that's contained. I'll move the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Coates.
I made a Section 28 request as outlined in the motion. It was declined, so I'm here to ask for support. So the admin response here, so the information I've asked for is correspondence between the Ombudsman and the organisation in relation to RTIs. And the admin response seems to have misinterpreted my motion. I'm not wanting to involve myself in the principal officer's functions, most definitely not, most certainly not in RTI decision making or the administration of the Act. And I think it's a bit disingenuous to frame my motion in that light. What I am asking for this information for is because I want to know the issues that we have, the systemic and the high-level issues and themes we have in terms of how we're complying with the RTI Act and the processes. I want to know things like how we're going with meeting our statutory timeframes, because in my personal experience with making RTI applications is that things that should be happening within a handful of days are taking over 6 months to occur. I also am interested in themes like how the public interest tests are being applied and how we're going with applying exemptions. I do look at the Ombudsman's website regularly and read their decisions. But the reason I'm asking for this is because I know from the small pocket of knowledge I have in terms of from experience with the RTI Act is that we have issues with how our organisation is managing responding to RTIs. The timeframes are definitely a big thing, and I know that we have also had, before the current leadership's time, issues with the misapplication of exemptions. And whilst my request for information was rejected by the CEO, I was given some stats, which I've included in the motion here. The stats actually show that 35% of the RTI applications that we accept, 35% actually go to an external review. People only go to an external review when they're not happy with the decision. So I'm finding it quite concerning that over a third of applicants appeal our decision basically to the Ombudsman, which means they're troubled with the decision. Either they don't think we've applied the exemption correctly or whatever the right reason might be. But that's a pretty high dissatisfaction rate. In my experience as well, the Ombudsman's office provides really clear and useful feedback when there is disagreement between, or an issue to resolve between an applicant and the council, the Ombudsman's office comes back with meaningful advice, I think that we need to take on board with our policies. And the reason I'm focused on this is because I want to see our policy around RTI, our cultural and our practices around it, and our knowledge around it improve, because we've got issues. I know that, and I'm looking for the themes that we need to address, which is why I want this correspondence. There are other ways I can skin this cat, so when this motion fails, that's what I'll be doing. But I also have expressed, I mentioned before about timeframes, and I will be talking more about RTI in this term, but I've expressed my concerns to the CEO around, I think the governance team needs more resourcing in terms of complying with our RTI obligations. I think we've got reputation work to do and processes to fix. Like I said, something that should be taking maybe 6 days but is taking 6 months. That's not acceptable. And I also wonder, when information is rejected, because I've asked for information here and it can obviously be de-identified for personal information, I want to understand the themes, but when it's not coming, it makes me wonder what is there to hide. So I'm not expecting this to pass tonight, but I wanted to get on the record who was open to supporting transparency and not just talking about it. And when it fails, I'll put in an RTI for RTI info.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions. I was wondering to the appropriate staff member about how much it costs us to deal with an RTI request, about on average.
So look, there's no such thing as an average request, councillor. What I can say is I'm advised our officer hourly rates around 100, 119 an hour. Clearances are in the low 120s. Some applications can be processed in an hour. Other ones can be staged and take months and require external. So if you recall the one we had into the cable car, that was agreed with the applicant to be handled over 6 months, and it cost us $45,000.
Okay, so it's a variable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's variable is what I'm saying.
But it is expensive, I guess. Just some questions for Councillor Elliott. I noticed you've spoken on social media about lodging RTI requests with this council. But are you able to reveal how many RTI requests you've lodged with this council since being elected?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 6.
And have you externally reviewed or asked for any external reviews on any of those?
Yes, when the council was found to have withheld information and breached the RTI Act. Yep,
Sure.
the
So
Ombudsman were fabulous with that.
How many?
Pardon?
How many external reviews have you
Are you asking this as my personal capacity or as an elected member? Because I lodge RTIs in my personal capacity, so I don't really like the privacy.
You're the same person as Councillor Elliott.
Oh gosh, that's what gets you into trouble. We make mistakes. Do you really believe that?
Well, I'm just asking a basic question. How many external reviews have you appealed? Have you lodged?
Through me, if you wouldn't mind, Councillor Lohberger.
Sorry, Lord Mayor.
1 review and a priority request review.
Okay, so six in total? And
Probably more, because I was doing a lot of RTIs before I was elected too. They're really good. You should give it a crack.
Okay. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further, can I ask a question just on procedure? Because I'm just feeling a little bit, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Like, is this motion, I mean, maybe I should just ask through Mr Young, is it appropriate for an elected member to bring a motion about their work they're doing as in a private capacity, if this RTI work is with your private hat on?
No, they're completely
is it then
different things.
appropriate to have a motion about that in council and not declare an interest? No, I'll ask Mr Young about that.
There's a little bit in that, if you'd indulge me, Lord Mayor. So that the motion as it's proposed on the agenda is lawful. If it was not, it wouldn't be on the agenda. However, as the officer advice is in the report noting I wrote it, the Right to Information Act makes it expressly clear who the principal officer is for applications and how the review mechanism works. There is no role for councillors, to put it bluntly, in that process other than the role of applicant. Then you go to Section 28 of the Local Government Act for duties and functions, which has had a lot of airtime tonight. There is nothing in there that provides a role for elected members to oversee, review or otherwise intervene/interfere with the work of an RTI officer or of the Ombudsman. Now, I note what some other councillors have said. You also, what I would call, you cannot be Schrodlinger's councillor. And what I mean by that is you cannot be a councillor and not a councillor at the same time and swap hats on the way through. Because the motion as it is framed would compel officers to reveal correspondence relating to a right to information applications that have been lodged by an applicant who firstly is entitled to privacy and secondly is not entitled as a member of the public to any inside running or knowledge on how their application is processed or externally reviewed.
Given I'm really a little bit uncomfortable about some of the matters that we're dealing with now, I wonder whether this...
I might just move that it be put, Lord Mayor. Would that deal with it, or...?
I think so, yeah.
I'm very uncomfortable too, to be honest. I move that the motion be put.
A procedural motion, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
All those in favour of the motion being put, raise your hand.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates.
Sorry, what do we put your procedural? Oh, I'm so sorry, Lord Mayor. I thought we were voting on the actual motion. That was unclear.
We first have to say that the motion be put.
I haven't quite voted yet, so on the spot.
Vote on the substantive. You don't have to have a vote that it be put. You just need to move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
seconder.
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Sorry, that's my misunderstanding. I thought with a motion that the motion be put was a procedural motion that we had to vote on first before the motion was actually put. But I'm wrong, and a motion to put a procedural motion that the motion be put, we are just now putting the substantive motion here. Okay, so is everyone clear on that? So we are putting Councillor Elliott's motion.
Just on meeting regs, that's not been the process. As far as I'm aware, we have always voted, because there's always been a debate about gagging that goes with a procedural motion like this. We have always voted that to put it or not to put it prior.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't think so.
Because it's a procedural motion.
But that's the way it's been dealt with at every other council that I've worked at, to be frank, is a motion brought forward procedurally is that the matter be put, and that you're voting on that. That's so that the matter is put. No, that's wrong.
Correct.
Sorry, I need to have the advice.
So you've had a valid motion to put, or remove and second the motion as it is in the agenda be put, and we now vote on that. That's what.
We're voting on the motion, not on the procedural.
Procedural motion.
Sorry, we can't all. We've got one governance expert, and he's going to.
Please. And again, my understanding in the way that it's been conducted in every other council is that so a procedural matter to put, so the matter that you basically means the matter is then being voted on. So that's it. That brings it to a close.
Point of order, that would suggest that two people in the room could actually take away everything. I don't think that's
not right. The regulation 6.20.
I'm just going to be cautious and put the procedural motion to the vote.
Procedural motion. It's right there. 24B.
Motion. All those in favour of taking this directly to a vote say aye. Aye. All those against say no.
No.
Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey. Your hand up, Deputy, or down?
Oh, down, sorry.
Down. The Lord Mayor's hand is up.
Okay, and all those against putting the motion now?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, and the Deputy.
Okay, so that has been passed to put the motion, so I am now putting the motion now as to whether you support or don't support Councillor Elliott's motion. All those in favour of Councillor Elliott's motion say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey and the Mayor.
Item 24 is the Midson report motion from Councillor Alderman Bloomfield.
Need a seconder.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Coates.
As everyone has been aware, there has been a new report released that was independently funded and presented. It has made media. It has been presented, in fact, and written by a well-known gentleman, Mr. Keith Midson, who has been well-known, 28 years, in fact, in traffic engineering and transport planning. And as a result of such, I felt it was quite important that this particular report that he has put together on Collins Street be noted and tabled at this meeting so that it might be included with the greater body of work that's already been conducted. Now, one of the reasons that this body of work was conducted was because there needed to be more of a technical aspect to be considered when it came to looking at Collins Street. I completely appreciate that Collins Street, the planning and the project itself has in fact morphed and changed since he was originally given the work to do to assess. And I was extremely disappointed to see not just the blowback, if you like to call it, the administration response to it not being as gracious as it should have been, but furthermore, it was echoed in the media today, newspaper. Now, I wouldn't have a problem with that if it was, in fact, accurate, because there was a suggestion that that he had looked at Collins Street as a strategic traffic route. This is in fact incorrect, and if you look at page 26 of his report, you'll see that he notes Collins Street function as a collector road connecting to and through Hobart CBD, and that it provides access to the commercial properties along its length. Nowhere does it say that it's a strategic aspect. And one of the other elements that I thought was very important to contribute to the conversation on Collins Street was the element of safety. Because according to his technical assessment of this, was that despite a moderate level of existing cycling activity, Collins Street has recorded just one cyclist-related crash in over 5 years, compared to 12 cyclist crashes in Elizabeth Street during the same period. This is already a safe area, and yet here we are spending $4.1 million on making it safer. So the other issue we had was that there was mention too in the media today on minor traffic delays in Collins Street, and this actually misses a crucial aspect of the report, because the primary concern was not the isolated impact on Collins Street itself, but rather the broader network effects, particularly on the critical corridors like Bathurst Street and Harrington Street. These streets already experience significant congestion during peak periods, and their connection of Collins Street means any reduction in intersection capacity would have cascading impacts well beyond the immediate project area. And in fact, Pittons Sherry's own reports state that increases in traffic flow were noted in both Barrack Street and Harrington Streets as a result of the project. So there are quite a lot of issues with this. And in particular, there was an earlier Midson report, I might add, that I had located through a member of the public's RTI on the Scramble project at the time. And I remember quite clearly that Mr Midson had in fact stated that the project itself of the scrambles actually failed a number of elements, which included things like traffic, speed and engagement and all the rest of it. And the only reason that it passed was because of the TNOP report, because it met that criteria. And frankly, I just find that when you have a considered academic who has contributed multiple years, in fact, he was leading the project, looking at the 2016 traffic congestion project that was actually commissioned by, I believe, the Premier at the time. So we're not talking about someone who doesn't know his stuff, and I do honestly believe that this project deserves the inclusion of this report. It's only one of many, and if we must... Oh, sorry, I need an extra minute. Sorry, just one more minute. Thank you.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried.
There is one more point I'd like to make, and that is I did a little bit of work on the Bicycle Network supercounts. In comparison, this project, this work, is what we find ourselves continuously referring to in our work. And this particular element is more interested in being the cheap way. You can look good in a council by actually giving more money in donations to charity, by using our volunteers, by not following protocol and strategic integrity with collation of data. And in fact, all these particular projects do, when you do these bike counts, is you are simply highlighting how many people can you attract in an area by doing media. That is not the type of data we need to be including. So if you want to look at not including, don't include this, but for goodness sake, do include this.
Councillor Posselt was up first, I think.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A question through you to the mover of the motion. Do you know what the preconditions were that were set for Mr Midson to go and explore these, this issue that you've brought to us this evening? What questions was he asked to investigate?
I was not supplied the brief.
Thank you. Supplementary question. Do you know who paid for it?
I was not supplied the brief.
Thank you. So it's fantastic. I love Collins Street. We're back on Collins Street. We had a talking point on Collins Street. I can talk all day on Collins Street. It's my favourite street in the city. It will be. Sorry, it's not my favourite now. It's my third favourite, but it'll be my favourite once we get some bike lanes in there. So, oh goody. The strategic intent of the TNOP is to work out how to move traffic throughout city. I would point out that this is a state and council level document that is expert led. I would note that nobody at this table has any qualifications in transport planning that I am aware of, or engineering. Therefore, we should take qualified advice. The state and the council experts believe that the TNOP is so good that it's actually been nominated for national awards for transport management through cities. So, talk it down all you like. It's in its sector, it is doing quite well. Now, what the Midson report did not do is address the fact that Collins Street is strategically identified as a cycling route in the TNOP and in the the Central Hobart Precincts Plan. So, what that means is that your justification for a bike lane or protected bike lane is much higher because strategically the intent is there and it's been endorsed by state and by council. That is the fundamental element that Mr Midson did not take into consideration, and there is an X in the table that says what things should be considered, and it says strategy not considered. Furthermore, the Midson report did not consider that the Victoria to Murray Street section is being redesigned. So the car parking assumptions and the vehicle assumptions are no longer valid. Furthermore, there's been on the public record that Mr Rockefeller will be funding the Confederation of Greater Hobart Businesses to the tune of $20,000 to fight this proposal. I don't know who's funded it. I've asked that question, but that's on public record. when any professional, particularly people who work in this space, statistics, are asked to go out and do a project, preconditioning is everything. A statistician can make data say anything if you put the right preconditions in place. And that is what has occurred with this report.
Point of order. I believe that would be offensive to an individual, Mr. Keith Midson.
No, Councillor, it's not. It wouldn't be offensive, I don't think.
It's actually a credit because what it shows how independent they are. Thank you, Lord Mayor, through you. But these people are professionals. Somebody has a job that needs to be done, and they ask a professional to deliver it in a professional manner, responding to the job brief. That's nothing wrong with that. If I want a builder to build an extension and I do a bad design of the extension, doesn't mean the building's terrible. It means I did a bad job designing it. What we know as well is that there's claims that there's been some additional accidents on Elizabeth Street compared to Collins Street. And well, thank you very much, Alderman Bloomfield, but perhaps that indicates that Elizabeth Street also needs protected bike lanes if there has been 15 cycling accidents on Elizabeth Street in the recent past. $4.1 million has never been allocated or approved by this council for Collins Street. That has not happened. We're not spending it, it's never come through council, it's a ghost. Until I see it, it's a ghost. In terms of monitoring, you raised the Super Tuesday bike count. We had a briefing on this just last council meeting about how we were going to monitor this project. What we know is if you've been on Collins Street recently, you will have seen people from our transport team in high-vis vests counting cyclists and identifying their age or age estimates and some demographic estimates. We also have some AI cameras, I think we determined that we were using as well. We're not relying on Super Tuesday, although it has been relied on in previous reports, but moving forward we have a robust set of preconditioned data and a during trial study. Now, finally, I said in one of the previous motions that I'm not going to support any motions that come for noting. And so this one is noting, and I'm not going to support it for that reason. However, this is even more redundant because this... I'll go with an extension of 2 minutes, please, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Say no, carried unanimously. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So it's even more redundant because the official response that we were all provided with and is accessible on the hub and was in the media says the City of Hobart has only just received the Midson Traffic Report and will consider it as part of ongoing evaluation. However, we note the Midson Traffic Report. We've already done this, publicly noted. I don't know why I'm even standing up. I can't help myself. This is just... We've been here, we've done it, why are we here? And for that reason, I move that this motion be put.
We've got another procedural motion of the motion being put. I'd need a seconder for that motion. No seconder. Councillor Lohberg. Okay, we will now vote on whether we just vote on this motion now or whether we have further debate. All those in favour of the motion being put? Say aye. Aye. Against, say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, I am showing Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey and the Mayor.
And against?
I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Alderman Bloomfield. The Deputy, your hand's up, is it? Yes. The Deputy up.
Hands up, please.
So I'm showing, yes, let me go. Dutta, Coates, Bloomfield and the Deputy. Who are they? Elliott. And Elliott. Sorry, Louise.
Okay, so that's tied, but that's lost. Please continue with the debate. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just very quickly respond to one or two things that have been mentioned. Because I don't actually want to spend a huge amount of time talking about the Midson report, but just I think the 4.1 million, which was referenced, I noted down as 4.1 million for the Collins Street Cycleway, that is a ghost. I don't know where that's come from, because the ask in the 24-25 advocacy priority for Collins Street separated bikeway was 4.2 million. Yeah. So it's not a ghost, it's been produced. Look, this is important for two reasons, this motion. And without wanting to go into the guts of the Midson report, there's two things. So the first one is the Midson report at the end of the day talks about the activities proposed on Collins Street. Now, it's up to people to read it, understand it, come to their own views. They can make their judgments how they like. But that, as we know, and I believe this probably did influence Alderman Bloomfield's thinking, but as we know, there is a public meeting that's going to take place on that very issue. And so it is very, very appropriate, I think, to bring the Midson report into the public arena, so to speak. This isn't an item for the closed, this is an item to note this report on the open so that the wider community can be aware of it, which ideally should assist them when it comes to participating in the democratic process that this city is about to go down. This isn't a small proposal, as we all know. It's generated a lot of discussion already, but there is an element of us in our civic duty of actually, we all keep a very close eye on these things. We all monitor, we'll read the Midson report, we'll read the officers' reports, we'll go into the nuts and bolts of all this stuff. But when it comes to the public being as best informed as possible, I think it's very appropriate that we note when significant documents such as this are produced. And, we can have arguments about what was the brief, what was he asked to do, but no one's going to really argue against the credentials of the professional that's produced this report. And look, you don't have to agree with the conclusions he's come to, and you can form your views as to why he's come to that conclusions. But I think it is appropriate to bring this forward. And the second one, of course, is what does bringing this forward for us to note do in a practical sense? We have a media process around these meetings. So the decisions that we make around this table tonight, the City of Hobart uses its significant media resources to actually push out into the community. So if an event has occurred, if a report's been released, if a significant event happens and we want to note something, that's us really saying, as a council here in this public space, we can discuss it, raise it, talk about it, note it, and then it makes it into the media release and the outcomes of the council. I remember when I'll pronounce it wrong, I'm sure. A killer in Italy had the earthquake. Our sister Sydney. We didn't have to do a call for action for staff, but we note when these significant events occur. It gets into the public arena, and so. We all know there's going to be a public meeting about this situation. This is a significant piece of research and document that's now available. We should be doing our part to let people know about that. So, look, I think for those reasons it's entirely appropriate, and I thank the Alderman for bringing it forward.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? In a moment. I'm just seeing if there's any other people who want to speak on your motion. None? Okay. So you can wrap up.
Thank you. Look, to be honest, this is only to be noted. It shouldn't have been a political spiel or debate, to be fair, because it was simply saying this is important, it needs to be included in this council. And it disappoints me that somehow the terms of the agreement for this report were challenged and the integrity of this professional was challenged was appalling. I don't like or take being belittled with my arguments very well either. And in particular with TNOP, this is a great point made. It's brilliant for residential, but it's very poor with incorporating into a CBD, simply because it completely fails to actually look at the reason for travel. When you go home, you have to go home to your home. When you come into town, you don't actually have to go there. You don't have to go to the businesses, you don't have to do anything. But you do have to go home. You do have to go to school and so forth. So the whole reason of TNOP is brilliant in residential areas, suburbia is brilliant. It is extremely poor in a CBD, and that is where so much of this falls. So, frankly, I am incredibly disappointed that there had to be an argument. This merely needed to be noted and to be respectful to the author of this piece. So I look forward to seeing better outcomes and better research and a better outcome overall.
Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
All those in favour, I am showing Councillor Elliott. Councillor Coates has his hand up. Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, the Deputy. And your hand's down, Lord Mayor?
Yep. All those against?
Against, I am showing Councillor Dutta, is your hand up or down? I'm not showing you for either at the moment. Councillor Passelt and the Lord Mayor.
Okay, that's been carried. It's getting late, everyone, so just be conscious of that. We've got staff here as well, so if we can just keep trying to move through things as quickly as possible. Item 25 is grant funding Hobart Football Club, moved by Councillor Coates. Seconded by Councillor Lohberger.
Look, Maggie, keeping in mind your comments, I'll keep this very, very brief. We sort of had this debate previously, but the reason there's so many segments in that is when I was putting this together, I just tried to provide all the factual information, both for the benefit of elected members, but also for the benefit of staff to be able to respond. I was only reached out to at sort of a very last minute, was able to sort of get this together. I just would like to make a quick point of sort of speaking to the intent of this and the wording, but if you look at the calls upon line, I didn't want to, it's not for us to make this decision. I want to empower the CEO, or the officers through the CEO, to assess this project, and if it stacks up, then they can authorise this payment. It's not for us to authorise it, it's for them. It gives them the power. My understanding, and I might be wrong, and it's up to council officers to decide the ways and means in which they do this. This just gives them that sort of tick, if you like, from us. And this is based on correspondence I'd received from the HFC, who indicated that the response they'd got from officers was, oh, look, you know, we'd love to be able to do this, but our hands are tied because we'd need a council motion, so authorisation from the council, sorry. So, look, with that in mind, I think we mostly had this debate previously, but I was glad at the contributions in the previous debate, and I would encourage members to support this motion.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much for this particular motion, and I think, as you've already stated, it's been covered off in the previous discussion that we had, and how this is already, from my understanding, if the CEO could reiterate, if this is already in train and it's underway and it's already part of going to the appropriate program and will be considered by the Capital Works Committee for funding from the capital contingency allocation. So it's already on the way. Is that correct? That's correct, yeah. Okay, thank you for that. And as a result, I see that this motion is really invalid or void or is not required. Yes, thank you. Yes, on that basis, I would say because it's not required, I see no point in supporting it, because the officers are already doing this and it's already been done. I don't know what the motivation would then be to support this motion if it's already been done. So thank you very much for clarifying that. And
okay, any further discussion on this matter? There being none, I'll put that. All those in.
Can I sum up, sorry?
Okay.
Well, I feel like I should respond to that. So, for the benefit of elected members, this wasn't some redundant motion. I mean, I had a community group contact me, and we had a deadline to get motions in, and they forwarded to me correspondence which they'd received from council, indicating that in order to progress this, they needed us as a council to actually make this decision. Now, literally the Monday morning, I'd communicated that to the CEO, but the motion had gone in. This motion, as I just said, this just enables the CEO to be empowered to do it. I as I said, I drafted this in the weekend with the information that I had been provided in good faith, and I was incredibly factual in how I relayed that and put it all in. It's not me just for the sake of it putting in some redundant motion. I can only work with the information I have at a time, and I acted appropriately. So I would encourage people to support it. To sort of not support this is a bit bizarre to say you support the intent of it, but I know this motion is redundant. You know, I think this is actually responding to the concerns of a valid community group.
Question? Okay. Can I ask
Very,
just
very
ask the
quickly.
question?
I
Yeah,
think
sorry,
it's-
thank you so much. Councillor Coates, I just to say thank you very much for the extra background. And now that you have the extra advice, as it's been said in the motion, that maybe you might consider withdrawing it because it's been done. I'm not sure. It's just a question for you. Thanks.
I think that was a rhetorical question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I gave an undertaking that I would put forward their request as a motion, so I'm doing that.
Okay. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield and the Mayor.
Okay, and against?
I'm showing Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor.
So that's been carried. We're now going to move on to responses to questions without notice. There's a few of them there. Seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 3 questions without notice. The first is, can Council be provided with a series of events regarding the crane on Davey Street on Sunday, any communication that went out to the public, and if that was a booking that was done through us? I can only ask a question, so I'll leave it at that. I'm sure everyone understands the intent. Do you want to
answer that? Because I asked the same questions today. So what I can say, it wasn't a council road, it was a state government road. So it wasn't our... it wasn't applied for and approved by the City of Hobart, so it was actually a state government approved road closure, and we didn't receive any communication about the road closure, and we're chasing that up today. So I'll have an answer once we hear back from the state around that.
Thank you. In light of that, I might add a 4th question to my list. Can the correspondence between us and the state government be considered for publication, as we wore a lot of blame for that crane? Second question. Last Thursday afternoon peak period was ridiculously busy. Were there any catastrophic network events on that afternoon or evening? And can officers provide any form of explanation as to why that traffic was as bad as it was? And the final question I have is, during the last 6 months, has any elected member from this council served a suspension period?
Take the latter questions on those.
Okay. So they've been taken on notice. It may help to put them in writing just to assist. Or you got them? Okay.
I got the second, I got the last one.
Thursday's traffic.
Maybe just provide some, yeah. Okay. Councillor Lohberger.
I've just got one quite simple question, which I did put in an EM request about this afternoon as well. It appears Clarence are offering limited soft plastics recycling. Are we able to investigate offering something similar and maybe doing it in a slightly better way where there's more than 2 drop-off points, which is the current system at Clarence? Thank you.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I can say that we are doing that and have been for a little while. So there's a proposal that is being developed and will come to council in the near future.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Councillor Dutta.
Just one very simple one. I need clarification because in my time here, the consideration of supplementary items usually is an item that is on the agenda that it's then adopted in. But today it wasn't the case. So I just needed clarification on that.
I think it was because Councillor Elliott tried to use that time to say that she had a motion. So I guess the question is,
Is there a consideration of a supplementary item? Because in my time here, it has always been an item that comes FTO. That.
I mean, look, there was no other juncture in the council meeting to raise, the proposal for a motion. So I think it was appropriate that it was raised at that juncture in the meeting. Obviously, it wasn't a supplementary meeting, and it was an agenda item, but it was, and again, taken for discussion, I think, appropriately at that point.
Any further questions? Councillor Coates?
Mayor, through you to the appropriate officer or yourself, noting recent media commentary around citizenship ceremonies taking place in Western Sydney, has the City of Hobart received any request or correspondence in regards to new or bringing forward citizenship ceremonies?
I think there is a proposal for a citizenship ceremony to happen in City Hall that we're not involved in, but I don't have the details.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah. But I think there is one coming up that we're not running, that the department will run.
Will we be invited to that?
Invited?
I went to the last one.
Yeah, we did.
Well, not last one, because they're apparently be creating a new one, so I was just wondering if it was the case here as well.
We'll talk, we'll get some advice.
Yeah, you were there too.
And the second one is a question through you to the appropriate person who knows, but in a debate earlier tonight, there was a mention that Dean Winter specifically had leaked correspondence and a letter to the media. I was just wondering, do we know that? Because that's a fairly strong accusation to be making at a Leader of the Opposition.
It wasn't marked confidential, so it's, I guess, his prerogative to do that. Confidential letter.
Thank you. I've got some questions, please, about the Aquatic Centre roof. When did the council officers first learn that there was an issue with the integrity of the Aquatic Centre roof?
I think if we're going to get specific questions, I'm going to have to take them on notice to make sure that we're providing you with the correct answer.
Okay, I'll read them out for the record, then I can provide them. Has the council received expert advice on the structural issues of the Aquatic Centre roof? If so, when was this advice provided to council officers? What's the probability of the Aquatic Centre roof lifting in high winds? How serious would the impact be if the roof lifted? What immediate interventions has the council done in light of any risks and probability that might exist? The Lord Mayor was in the paper talking about this on the 20th of January. What information was the Lord Mayor given about the roof issue at the Aquatic Centre, and why were other elected members not informed at the same time? Has the installation of solar panels on the Aquatic Centre roof contributed to the breakdown of the moisture barrier and installation? And then I've got another one about, and I'll copy these through Mr Young. In the past 6 years, how much has the council spent, directly or through in reimbursement to an elected member, on procuring legal advice and services that refer to or directly relate to defamation? This includes the procurement of legal advice relating to defamation law and or potential merit of elected member making a defamation claim. It also includes the provision of legal services such as drafting and sending of letters to third parties that reference defamation. How are we going with the timing of the KC advice on the McCulloch decision? I think we were hoping to have that in the times past.
So we saw the brief that it was briefed out, I think, 2 weeks ago to the KC. So we're waiting for him to consider that and come back. And I guess I can't control his time frame. So.
Is the council getting that in isolation, or are there multiple councils working together on that?
So we're working with the LGAT on that. So they're funding more general. We're getting specific to our situation, which won't be provided more generally. So.
Right. Okay. So how about council isn't bearing the full cost of it? Right. Is Section Q of the council's elected member development support policy in relation to legal expenses still in operation? Is that policy still live?
Through you, Chair, if memory serves, we did have some discussion on this in the chamber in the past, and it was to be sent to a workshop. So, if memory serves, the policy would still be in effect because it hasn't been rescinded or overturned by council decision.
Okay, thank you. Section Q of that policy makes clear that reimbursement of legal expenses is not available in situations where a third party is another elected member or the council itself. Can elected members access legal support through the council's insurance when the third party is another elected member?
I'm going to take that on notice.
Thank you. And lucky last, on the 6th of February, the organisation posted a social media post on Facebook, and it said, with schools back this week, it's clear that road traffic is picking up. However, it is not the bike lanes contributing to the delays. I was just wondering what evidence the organisation has to make that definitive statement that bike lanes are not contributing to Hobart traffic delays.
Take that one on notice, or have we got an answer to that?
I was just going to say,
Yeah,
take it on notice.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okie doke. Any other questions? There being none, I'll ask for a motion to move into the closed. Moved by Councillor Lohberger, second by Councillor